Yes.
Oh no, I forgot my coffee. Crap. Give me 1 second. Uh-oh. And Rosee got booted too. I forgot my freaking coffee. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot my coffee.
Fire, medical, medical, fire. Fire, medical, fire, please don't keep the channel. Can we add a third medic to this and possibly another suppression? We're actually going to upgrade to a major medical at this point for traffic. Let's just make this a medical full and we'll switch to A7, please.
There's something going on there. All right. We're going to be checking the all the updates here. There's some updates that came out overnight. Also, give me 1 second. Let me turn this down. Also, Sheriff Nanos believes that Nancy Guthrie is alive. There was another letter sent to TMZ overnight, and this person was saying that there's a reason why they're not calling the tip line. They're afraid that they're going to be apprehended too. They talked about a main suspect, the person that did everything. So it sounds to me like this person might have been a getaway driver or something. They are afraid that they are going to get apprehended and all of this stuff. So that is why they're, quote, not wanting to call the tip line to give the information. So we'll be going into some of that, but they believe she is alive. In that letter, whether it's fake or not, you have to assume that it could potentially be real. But another thing in that letter was the condition of Nancy. Now, Harvey Levin didn't want to go into specifics, couldn't go into specifics about what it said in relation to Nancy's condition, but everybody is searching for her under the assumption that she is alive. So there's a couple quick updates right there. There's nothing really going out on the ground right now. We will continue to monitor the situation. Also, we'll be going through all the updates and all the latest information that came overnight. I got all that together. I apologize for the delay. I was trying to stay up all night. I was trying to stay up all night to do a really early show, since our shows it ended pretty late, and so yeah, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. I tried. I ended up sleeping through all my alarms and all sorts of stuff in the end. So I actually woke up after the show was supposed to start, and yeah, it was a disaster from there. So what's up, everybody? Let me turn these comments on, and we'll flip over here so you can get that beautiful little chat box that pops. Oh, no worry, Rosee. No worry, it's StreamYard, you know. It's StreamYard. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. And good morning. Oh no, it took all the comments that went away from the previous time that we were supposed to go live. It took all of them away from this comment up above, so that sucks. I want to say thank you to Fly Girl. Let me see if it still kept the membership. There it is. I want to say thank you to Fly Girl. Almost 24 months. You got that 12 plus still. It's a long 12 plus until you get that 24 plus little icon with your badge. So thank you, and thank you for welcoming me back, and welcome back to you, Fly Girl. Thank you. And let me do a little bit of this too. I wish I could just hit a button to do this, but unfortunately, we're not that rich. Whoops, it was only supposed to play it once, but there's a little bit of thank yous right there. We got the thank you, the confetti, and I thought I seen. Yeah, there he is. There's little evil buddy saying thank you too. He's popping in there as well. But yeah, thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Thank you for the membership, and thank you for the contribution. Let's say happy Valentine's Day and good morning to Tina. Thank you. Appreciate that. And let me see, Tina. Aw, well, thank you. I'm glad that I can keep you busy at work. I know we have long shows. Really, it's just mostly a lot of conversation. That's what I love about community and different people's thoughts and opinions and things like that. We can all explore things together because we're all trying to find answers, and we all have that. We may not have the puzzle, right? But we all have a puzzle piece that we know. So that's the beautiful part about it. And happy Valentine's Day. What's up, Jilly? Thank you for hopping in. Mary, what's up to you? Yes, prayers for Nancy as well. Please go sub up to Rosee if you're not. Yeah, let me where is let me drop your link again. What time is it over there for you right now, Rosee?
It is coded to 8 p.m.
Holy. A little bit of it. Yeah, there's nothing going on. There's just a bunch of media setting up. They kind of put the clamp down on the parking situation. It was getting out of control a little bit. Yeah, neighbors weren't even able to really maneuver. I mean, when you're parking on both sides and stuff, it can get pretty dangerous, when you barely only have room for 2 cars already.
Yeah.
And, somebody can get hurt. They can be walking out from the side of a car or something. And next thing you know, there's a tragedy because, it's...
Yeah, because of a tragedy, yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Hot Damn? Thank you for hopping in. Just Robin, how are you? I'm Gumby, damn it. That was a good show. Gumby. Leslie, keeping it real. What's up? Always got to keep it real, sometimes we get shut down because we keep it real over here. But hopefully 2026 is a new year. 2025 was a bad year for getting shut down. The most we ever got shut down ever. And we're still good, I was a little nervous. I was a little nervous the other night. A little, I'll be honest with you. A couple shows actually, when we started diving into the political stuff and particular names and associations and this and that, and I was like, oh. And it's like shock value type stuff, it just brings back like, oh my gosh, that was a really hot pan last time, I don't know if I want to try and touch that again. We're all good. We're good. We made it. There's a couple shows. I was a little nervous, but we're still here. We made it. We're all good. So that's a beautiful thing.
It is.
But you always got to keep it real. Because there's not enough of that out there, there's so much propaganda and twist and misinformation and all that such. And, there's not enough time for all that,
Yeah.
Right? Let's just keep it real, straight and to the point, straight, no chaser, like the drinkers like to say. Just raw. Good morning, Cherry. Thank you. What's up, Caddy? And happy post Friday the 13th. I was really wanting to... Normally on Friday the 13th, I do a little gaming with Friday the 13th, the game where I become a camp counselor. And I try and survive from Jason, but I was just exhausted, man. It was a late show.
Yeah.
It was a long day, too. Long day. I think I did 8 or 9 hours yesterday, maybe more. Just yesterday. So, but yeah, I crashed out hard. big time. So I apologize, Rosie. I want to apologize to you.
No, that's okay.
You were supposed to be on the show too, and I wake up after the show's supposed to be live already. Thank you for
No problem.
typing in chat because you probably, I don't know what time you figured. Oh shoot, it's probably we're probably going to be postponed. I don't know what time. What? How long? Let me ask you. Let's put it out in the. Let's keep it real, Rosie.
Okay. Okay.
What time did you tell yourself, crap, he's probably not going to make the live?
I actually
Like, how
think it
long
was
before
around.
the live? Like, how long before the live?
How long before the live?
Yeah, because they're not going to know what time it is for you because we're over here. So, like,
Oh, you're
many
over there,
minutes?
right?
Yeah. So how many?
So when I hadn't heard from you, like, I think maybe it must have been like half an hour before the live. I was like,
Oh,
this is gonna be postponed. Yeah, I
Oh,
think
okay.
if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just
Maybe
at that.
okay, maybe a little more, but I'm being generous.
Oh, you're being.
45.
So it was like, because I'm usually pretty early and getting
Yeah.
stuff, prepared and set up. So, okay, cool. That's cool. I didn't know if it was maybe like 5 or 10 minutes and then you're like, oh shit, he's not coming. Or,
Well, I was still hopeful until 5 or 10 minutes and I was like, no. But I mean, also like I knew it was a really late show before. So like that was, I mean, how long was that show? That was long. That was, and I know that you did a late show before that, the night before. So it made sense.
Yeah. And in the day show and I was trying to, I made it to, what time did I make it till? This is about, I think, I don't know, 4 maybe. I can't remember for sure. Maybe 4, somewhere around there. 5, I don't know, somewhere around there. And I did wake up at one point, and it was like on time. It was on time when
Really?
I woke up. It was on time. It was like 6 something. I had like maybe an hour or something. And I was like, that's plenty of time to hop in the shower real quick and throw the show hoodie and hat on. And I'm like, I'm just gonna. So I was gonna take just a little bit longer. I just, man, I'm almost there. Let me just rest a few more, and then that was the downfall.
Very, very dangerous. Yeah.
That was the downfall of what took place after. So I apologize to you. I apologize to everybody.
That is okay.
But there hasn't been anything crazy that's happening this morning. So I don't know. They detained those 3 people and then released them, kind of like they did with the other guy from a few nights ago. What are they doing? Just collecting DNA? Just
I don't know. It sounds like they're
you know what I'm
collecting
saying?
entire families now.
It's like a couple hour thing. They hurry up, swoop in, take a bunch of shit, bring them in, and then let them go. No arrest. It's like, what?
Yeah.
And if we're gonna go off of what Carlos is saying, just a couple questions and that's it. So it's like, what are we rounding up DNA?
Yeah, it's the new way. And like I said, they literally just rounding up entire families. Now you just be like you, your mother, you, and like everyone just come.
Yeah.
So
give us your blood and electronics.
There you go.
I mean, that's what it is. Let me look inside. Give me your blood and electronics.
Hey, it'll probably work.
It's
eventually they'll stumble on the right one.
At least, but on the positive note, at least it's something. I hate. Listen, who knows why? Listen, we don't know. They're gonna keep stuff close to the vest. We don't know why they're rounding these people up. We don't know. What's going on when they round them up and whatever they're doing. But hopefully there's some kind of connection because then that's the only positive that can be taken away from this, is that something is actually, you're, even though it's this, there's a connection, you're still getting a little bit closer to where Nancy is, regardless of the distance of how close you're getting to her. Now, if there is no connection, man, that's scary.
Yeah.
That's scary that all of a sudden you got agents showing up demanding your blood and electronics for something. You're like, what? I was just watching Jeopardy. Like, what? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. But I'm sure they do. I'm sure they have a
There
reason.
has to be. I mean,
Yeah.
I hope there has to be. I hope. What's up, Karen Taylor Ritchie over there on Facebook? Thank you for hopping in over there. We are streaming to Twitter. If you message in Twitter, it'll show up. If you message in Twitch, it'll show up. If you message in, obviously, YouTube, and then also Facebook. I was going to try and go live on TikTok. It is... I can go live on my phone, but for some reason on the computer, I'm not able to go live. So a lot of people are loving these videos on TikTok. These videos that I'm breaking down and stuff. So I kind of wanted to start doing some lives on TikTok, but for some reason it's I don't know. I'm not allowed yet or something. I don't know. There must be some kind of crazy. I don't know TikTok. I just...
Yeah. They do have strange things, because I remember when I first got TikTok, I wasn't allowed to follow more than one person a day for a while. It was so strange. Like one a day. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I didn't do anything to deserve that, because I'd only had TikTok like a few minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Look at what Yvonne has put in chat here a few minutes ago. 2 teens from San Luis Obispo County were arrested in Scottsdale, Arizona, accused of a home invasion in a plot to steal millions in cryptocurrency. They were dressed as delivery drivers February 9th. That's very interesting. How far is that from Tucson? Could be connected. That it could be. And thank you for that information. And that just, I said it like that, like could be connected. That makes me think of my police simulator game, that the little dispatch radio that they have, like they're describing some suspect, not related, could be connected. But anyway, I'm just loopy.
No.
Loopy, half asleep still. Huh?
No, because when we were watching the FBI and the sheriff surrounding that car during the live this morning / last night / whatever time it is for whoever. But it was like police simulator, like the way they were checking at the back, and then they got the thing to tow it, and I was like, oh my god, it's police simulator. It just felt like it. They did the steps.
I miss that game. I really do. The stuff they say in that game is the sarcasm and the quirkiness of the game characters in that game, when you're like pulling them over and stuff. It's so funny sometimes. Let me see here. Thank you for subbing to Rosee over there, Mama67.
Thank you,
Rosee. Let me see here. Yeah, there is that what's that, Voices for Sebastian or something, some kind of gathering or something that's going down in Tennessee, for because it's going to be 3 years here coming up in a couple weeks for Sebastian. We did a lot of searching out there, pretty close to a year's worth of searching, actually. Out there doing some searching. So it's kind of crazy to think, like, because we were searching for Riley Strain when he was missing, and then after Riley Strain was found, the community was asking us to take our efforts a little more north and go up to Hendersonville and search for Sebastian there, that he had just been missing for just a few weeks. and so yeah, it's crazy to think 3 years is coming up, and just and here we're talking about another missing persons case. It's sad to think like that's what could be the reality. Because when you go back then, it kind of reminds you of the investigation for Sebastian. It wasn't done properly. Things were contaminated from the get-go. Um, the hoopla that came with it, the tension, because we were out there before uh, it was actually, before it became like what Nancy's is now with the media and the social
Yeah.
media attention. We were out there before, and we kind of seen it just kind of just it just really like tainted a lot of, you start, because then when that stuff happens, then a mix of characters who have ulterior motives and selfish desires gets brought in, and then it just really mucks up the waters, and takes away from the attention of what it really is supposed to be about, and it's about the person that's missing, and not about whatever drama
Yeah.
people want to create and make up and twist, and just for their own financial gains and such. And so it hasn't gotten too bad with Nancy Guthrie's case, so far. But then again, we're only day 14, and
Mhm.
I'm sure it's not too far away before it starts to kind of, because that's what they do. These leeches, they just kind of attach themselves like that. So happy Valentine's Day to you too. Let me see here. I was born on Friday the 13th. Damn. I slept with garlic cloves around me. What happened, Busby? Oh, Friday the 13th is it? Damn, you have that bad. I had bad luck yesterday. Shit. I had bad luck. It sucked. But you can't appreciate the sunshine if you don't have the rain.
There you go. Yeah, and it's better now.
Yeah, you
It's
got
good
to have
now.
the rain to appreciate the sun. So
And Busby slept with seasoning, so
seasoning, yeah.
yeah, just
I would
garlic.
hate I would hate to I would hate to smell that when I woke up, you know what I mean? Like, because you wake up and you're a little clammy, and then you got garlic around you. Oh my God, I can't imagine the smell. Clammy garlic.
No.
Just- yeah, Busby, that is so damn true. Busby's keeping it real, isn't he?
Yeah.
Busby's keeping it real. It happens. I'm pushing myself too much is what it is, you guys. Kind of
Mhm.
like, because I was in the shower this morning, and I was like, because I was like, man, like I can't believe I slept, and like I was so disappointed in myself, because I'm always one that is like very, like, I always try to be, I may just be right on time, but I'm always on time, like I may be, I may be like, it was just like in school. I would have one foot in the door when the bell would ring. Okay. I was still halfway in there, baby.
Yeah,
You
skin
could,
of your teeth.
hey, I was still halfway in there. You can't be mad at me. Okay. Um, and so I've always like, even if most of the time I'm always on time, So
Yes.
I was kind of disappointed in myself about it this morning, and so yeah. I don't even know where I was going with that. Never mind.
It's okay.
Never mind.
It's okay. You were on time for this one, and this is a different one.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. It's but I was, it's like when I was bringing it up in the very first show I did when I came back, kind of like where I've been, and I was like, man, I'm kind of afraid that I'm going to get consumed like I was before. And I was in the shower this morning, and I was like, I think I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed because I'm feeling consumed, right? I think
Yeah.
I didn't realize it until it already took place, but we're here, so F it. So, but yeah, I think it's like, because man, I've especially the last week and a half. It's if I'm not doing a show, I've been doing a lot of work in the background for the show or
Yeah.
for the cases and stuff like that. And so I've been telling myself every day, I'm going to get on and do some gaming. I'm going to get on and do some gaming. And every day I never end up getting on to do any gaming. So it's
Mhm.
because I'm consumed by, uh, all the other stuff that I'm
Yeah.
doing. But, um, who knows? Maybe today we'll get a little bit of that. I'm sure. All we can do is try, and we'll see. I have so much stuff to do, though. It's like you walk into a room and it's just full of boxes, and you're like, which one do I go through first? That's what it feels like. Which one do I go? You just pick one and start going through it, right?
So long as you start.
Yeah. YouTube is buggy. Again, I'll keep reminding everybody every once in a while. It always defaults to live chat no matter what I do for it. So just make sure you click on the settings button on the chat side and make sure it's live chat and not top chat, because you could be missing a lot of chat. Testing to make sure they took their COVID vaccine. Is that going around? Is that going around? Do you know over there?
Not that I know of. No.
She rated it was crazy. I know it was crazy last night. I know, right? We were sitting there watching it. We were watching. I think it was like that local TV station ended up going out there, and we saw the whole. So if you want to check that out live last night, you can see the whole thing. We streamed it live.
Yeah.
Basically, whatever updates were coming out, we just go from one to the next to the next to the next. It's basically all in one. It's not focused on one. It's different feeds that are going, different updates, scanner, live radar, pretty much, it's Fruit Loops instead of kicks. It's all bunch of different colors instead of one. So Jumpsuit Pablo even asked me what the hell was going on. The sheriff is totally off track. He's not. Well, we're going to go through I have a bunch of stuff that we're going to chill back and watch. We're going to sit and see if there's any updates. Really, I've been watching live feeds and there's nothing going on out there. There really is. But there's a lot of stuff that, we're going to watch and listen to that came out overnight. Like one of them is Nanos believing that Nancy is still alive. What do you think about that? Like, now this Bitcoin, because TMZ got another letter last night from the person that claims to know the kidnapper. They talked about how they have the information on the kidnapper and quotes them as the main. What did they say? The main. I wrote it down somewhere. The main, I don't want to misquote what was said. The main individual is what the snitch is saying. And so, and they're also afraid that they are going to get apprehended. That's why they don't want to go through the authorities and call the tip line to give the information. They want to do the Bitcoin route because it will be safer for them. So basically, to me, it sounds like they were part of it. Whether it was the planning or they were there on scene or they were the getaway driver, I really think it's the getaway driver, because honestly, the getaway driver is always going to get this damn near the same charges that the people that committed the crime, because they're involved with it. And they're the ones that are usually going to be the ones that are going to go snitch first, because they have the least involvement in the crime, which they can get a better outcome from snitching. in that sense, because if you don't get it from the big fish, then the next best one is to get it from the getaway, the little fish. So I think that's what he's afraid of, or they, I should say. I don't know if it's a female or a male, but um, we are you freaking serious, dude? Dolly's interviewing somebody and he's holding a freaking, those what are they called? The sun reflectors?
Like the ones you put in your car?
Well, yeah, it's to reflect light. So he's walking around with like this tinfoil looking thing to shine light on the people that he's interviewing on camera to brighten up the lighting on them. That's some weird shit, man. Like, who does that out of the
Well, they have their light pollution problems.
Like, what? That's so weird. Like,
it's creative. Yeah.
It's because they're trying to get the house in the background and the sun is shining in the opposite direction. So they're trying to. Anyway, sorry, I'm watching this. I'm sorry, I'm watching this damn live. He borrowed it from a news guy. What the hell?
That's even worse.
Sorry, I've had these live feeds up this whole time as we're talking because I don't want to miss anything if something happens. Sorry, I was distracted there. What's up, Danny? How are you? What's up, Kib Kitty? I never like something always happens. Yeah, usually I have good luck, but not yesterday. Well, it's I mean, I know, right? Everybody's out like searching and shit, and he's back at the hotel chomping on chicken wings. It's like, dang. But all right, so yeah, I found it kind of interesting that I think they're thinking that Nancy is still alive based off of that letter that TMZ got. Now, I kind of always thought that these ransoms with the Bitcoin was kind of a joke because, like, usually the people that are threatening, threatening the ransoms and stuff, if you don't follow through, then they follow through with what they were saying.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, how many deadlines have we had, right? And here's another thing. Like, if we're gonna believe the ransom person that is gonna snitch, right? If we believe them that they keep giving different demands and they're not being met, and so they're trying to get more attention, and this is why it doesn't make sense and why I think it's all fake, because don't you think we would have heard from the main person? Right? So if we haven't heard from the main person, since the Monday 5 p.m. deadline when it was going to be drastic, that's what TMZ was reporting. This is a drastic deadline, right?
Yeah.
Well, then wouldn't that mean that the drastic happened if we haven't heard from the main person since? So then how can the second person all of a sudden say Nancy's still alive? Because then wouldn't that, you see how that doesn't make sense? Don't you think we then would have heard from the first person? This is what my theory is about this ransom Bitcoin person. It's the same person. That's why they don't want to go to the authorities. It's the same person. My demands didn't work when I was demanding 6 million Bitcoin, and that plan fell through. It went to crap. So then I had to wait and think of a new strategy, because I couldn't be the same ransom person saying, okay, let's go from 6 million to one Bitcoin that's worth 55,000. Then they're gonna. What are you doing? No. So I need to come out with a new persona. I need to say, I know who did it, but I don't want to be involved with the authorities. Why? Because when they interview you, they're going to find out that you're the actual kidnapper, and you were going to send them off to somebody else to arrest them and apprehend them and interrogate them, which probably wouldn't have anything to do with it, would waste more time. You would get your money to go to Mexico and be gone, because that's what you're doing. You're trying to get enough money so you can bounce the border. You can't bounce the border yourself. You're trying to come up with $25,000 to pay somebody to help bring you across the border so you can get the hell out of there. That's what you're doing, bro. That's the plan of what they're trying to do. That's my theory, my opinion on this whole ransom. Because let's be honest, if she was still alive, we would have heard from the first person again, and we haven't.
Yeah, I agree with you about it all being one person. I don't believe that they're the actual kidnappers. I really don't think that they're involved. But I do think that they're all one person. And I think that sending it to the same place and asking for the same currency, it's obvious enough. I really think.
Well, this is why I think that it is starting to feel real, is because there's a lot of desperation and they haven't figured out who it is yet. If you have those kind of smarts, let me put it like this. If you have those kind of smarts to be able to, where the FBI doesn't even know where the F you are, and you're communicating electronically, digitally, which is, if you have the smarts and the equipment to be able to do that, where the FBI can't even track you, then you would have enough smarts to have the money to get the hell out of the country, because you would know how to do work that people would pay a lot for, right? Now, there's desperation for the small amount because they still need that nest egg. They need money to survive when they cross the border for forever. Because once they cross the border, that's where they're living forever. So they need that nest egg, and there's desperation. Now, if this person was a fake ransom person, I would feel that ransom would still be in the millions. I really do. The fact that this person, at first it was like, oh, this is fake. This is another person that's trying to capitalize, right? But they can't find this person. It's been a week. It's been a week, and they still can't find this person. That to me, and they're still like, okay, crap, it's not being met. Listen, I can't go to the cops. Listen, I have to. That right there is desperation. That desperation, because you're sending a lot of messages, and every new message you send is another way for them to track you or try to find you, right? So you're throwing scraps out there, putting yourself at risk, and you're putting yourself at risk for the same thing you've been asking for this whole time. And that right there gives me the impression that, number one, it's the same person, and number two, I think it is really this person, because of that little desperation of, listen, I need this 55, I need this 100. I just can't go to the authorities. I know who the main person is, like deflection. They just want to get, they know if they can get the cash, because they know they haven't been tracked yet. They know that, listen, they can't find me, they can't track me. I just need to get the cash, and then I can cross this border, and then I don't have to ever worry about this ever again. Because I feel like he knows where she's at. I feel like I don't know if I'm so sure still to this day that she's here on this earth,
Yeah.
because I feel like that person is just giving investigators hope because that's more leverage. If somebody is alive, that's more leverage than if somebody passed away, even if
Mm.
they passed away. If you continue to promote that they're alive, that's more valuable for what you're trying to achieve. And so I think that's a lie too. I don't think I stick to what I'm saying from the beginning, and I feel, again, this is why I've been so passionate about no grid ground searches taking place, because I feel like that same morning she's been in the same spot. And I'll just put it
Mm.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And that does make a lot of sense. Yeah.
There's that small, it's that desperation for the small chicken nugget. Like, why would you be so desperate if you're just trying to, and you
Yeah.
go from 6 billion to 55,000. You do that because you would look like a fool if you went from 6 million to 55,000. You would look like a fool, and then they wouldn't even consider it serious at all, and you would lose all credibility as a
Mm.
source, right? But if you flip it around and you're like, hey, I know who did it, I just need a little cash. You're only an hour or two from the border. You're not far at all.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
you can pay people 10, 15, 20, $25,000 to get you across the border.
I didn't know it was that simple, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, whether you make it over or not, that's
Oh.
the chance
Oh.
you take. That's the
Okay.
chance you take, because shit can happen. But that's what a lot of people do, is they'll pay. A lot of people from Mexico do that to come into the country. They'll pay people 10, 15, 20, $25,000 per. That's what the fees are per, to come across, to get them across the border. Yeah. So I'm sure that's what they're trying to do, and what they're waiting on. Because look, that if this person goes across the border, do you think this drawing is um, do you think that this do you think that this drawing, they're going to find that person in Mexico? They don't even know
No.
the name. They
No.
don't even know where they're emailing from. They don't even know, like, what
No.
state, what city. They don't know nothing. So you think they're going to find this person in Mexico if they are able to make it across the border? Hell no.
No.
Ain't happening. It's not happening. So yeah, it's it's that that's to be able to where they can't even track you and find you. That's some
Yeah.
wild stuff, man.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with that. I just I don't know. It feels like there's so many disjointed things going on with this case that I guess I always just assumed it was something separate, but it does make sense. I mean, I know the sheriff is now saying that he believes she's alive, but I don't always know if he's just
They're
trying
going.
to like
I think they're all going. Everybody's thinking that she's still alive. Harvey Levin,
But
the Brian Entin, the sheriff, because of this TMZ ransom.
yeah, because I didn't get the impression that the sheriff used to think that. So it's definitely because of that. If that's what's changed, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be, and I don't buy it. I think it's just them lying to have more leverage. Because
Yeah.
I mean, just being honest, people are worth more when they're alive.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate. It should never be that way, but it's the truth. Like,
Yeah.
when you're an artist, you're worth more when you're gone, and when you're just a regular regular person, you're worth more when you're alive. So it's the opposite. Still nothing going on for updates. Nothing going on outside. Let me take a look to see if there's any updates from Entin, the sheriff's office, and the FBI. Let's see. Brian Entin says, okay, he's come out with a couple tweets, and he had an episode last night that I would like to watch if we have time. But he said a few hours ago, the Pima County Sheriff tells local affiliate KOLD last night's operation was nothing more than a lead tracked down that led to a search warrant and no arrests. Here, actually, let me share this. Let me see here. Let's go up here. Okay, I'm going to have to add you to each one. So right here, led to no arrests, just tracking down leads, no arrest, and no signs of Nancy. This is what Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos just told me about last night. See, they have no idea. Another tweet, and I do retweet all this stuff that I go through on the show. So if you ever, it's all collected on mine, and I'll go ahead and share my X link here when we're done. He also tweets, while there are no arrests, I'm told investigators are still interested in leads from last night. It's all ongoing. Well, I'm sure they are, because they're probably waiting for the DNA results to come back. That's the only other thing. Like, if you are just detaining them and letting them go, I would assume you're just waiting on DNA. I don't know what else you would really, what you let them go. You could have still held them. So you didn't. You let them go. So to me, that's like, well, they're just waiting on DNA to see if it matches. And I bet you 99.9% will hear a report coming out here early this afternoon or later this evening that there was no match. Be a surprise, wouldn't it? Let me see. Is there anything from Pima County Sheriff's Department? Let's check this out. Nope. 11 hours ago, they were just... I was kind of disappointed. They said, we thought there was going to be a press conference yesterday. There wasn't. We thought there was going to be a statement from Pima County Sheriffs. They even came out and said that they were going to make a statement later on that evening, and they never ended up doing so because of the Range Rover and the towing and all of that stuff that went down. I'm curious to know why they were doing like fingerprint lifts and stuff like that on that vehicle. Like what was the actual connection of, because I thought we were looking for a gray or white truck, not a SUV.
Yeah. So I mean, they were taking it very seriously with that vehicle, like, and apparently it originated from some kind of a traffic stop as well. So that's how it started. I have no idea what that is supposed to mean.
Oh, so that was the traffic stop, and that's why it was parked at the Culver's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they weren't just having ice cream. They actually, okay. So
is that an ice cream place?
You can get burgers and ice cream and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's very good. Yeah, it's very good. It's okay. It's fancy. Let me see here. Let's see what's going on. I'm looking at JLR's feed, and it just looks like a bunch of media camped out. We'll take a listen for a second. Here's his link. We'll take a listen for a second, see what he's saying. And then we'll listen to what Sheriff Nanos has to say, and also Harvey Levin when it comes to this new letter that came out. I want you guys to hear what they say about, the whole what the snitch is saying about the whole situation. I don't know. To me, they're the same person. So let me see here. Most experts are saying the motive is revenge, not money, and that's bad. Revenge. What, like, this is what I don't understand. Like, so what would be the revenge? Like, for revenge against Savannah, revenge against Nancy, revenge against home repairs not being paid. Not paid, but like not as much as they thought they were going to get paid. Like I don't know what, because from everything we're hearing, she was like a very sweet lady that
Mm.
just kept to herself
Well,
and was around family a lot. They didn't really, nobody really.
yeah. I mean, I think the majority of people are saying that it has something to do with Savannah. I guess just because she's high profile, but yeah, I mean, I don't see how it could be Nancy. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, it could. I don't see how it could be Nancy either. It would. I mean, I did bring it up before, like the whole Jodie Foster thing. If anybody remembers back in the 80s when President Reagan was president, the person that attempted to assassinate him did so to get Jodie Foster's attention because of his love for her. So it could be a thing where this person has this infatuation with Savannah and did this to make her try and, like need him in
I
some
think
odd way, right?
yeah, I do think that if that were the case, they probably would have reached out to her and not the media. Oh, if that is them, I don't know. I guess that's possible. Look, when you're dealing with somebody who does this, you're not dealing with somebody who's
He's
normal or
thinking
easy to
logically.
understand.
Yeah, yeah. They
Yeah.
yeah.
So I guess anything's
Because I
possible,
mean,
but
think about the person that tried to, take out President Reagan. That's what he
mm,
did to get her attention. And what happened? He got tackled right away, and he was in custody. Like the attention he was trying to get was her love, and that wasn't the logical way to go about it.
yeah, that's a very interesting way
So
to try and do it. I mean,
so would
yeah,
this would
yeah,
kind of be a similar situation if that is what it is. Like they they have this weird, sick, twisted way of thinking like I can get her attention, kind of like the person that tried to take out Reagan. Like I know I'm gonna be in cuffs and I know I'm gonna be in jail, but then she's gonna love me. She's gonna know about me. She's gonna know my name. I'm
mm,
gonna, she's gonna always think about me, and then maybe she'll fall in. I can make her fall in love with that. Like that, it's some sick ass twisted shit, and that could be something like this. Like you're mate. If I take her mom, then she'll need me. She'll need me because she'll need to know where her mom is. She'll need me. She'll need to talk to me because she'll need to know where her mom is. She'll always remember my
mhm,
name. She'll always like think of me like some sick twisted stuff. It definitely could be. Like if that's
yeah,
the revenge, if that is I don't know. Clarify your comment in chat and let me know what you mean by revenge. That's kind of how I would take it, would be like, that kind of.
yeah. And I suppose when somebody is that famous, like there's countless people watching you every single day, and you just don't know who they are and what they're like and what they're thinking. So I feel like maybe anything is possible. It's just like I say, it's hard for us to get our head around such a drastic way to get somebody to need you. But
I'm just saying,
yeah,
people think about, it's weird, but it is true. you know. Um it does happen. Definitely go sub to Rosee if you're not. All right, let's switch to JLR here. 1 second. Let's switch to JLR and let's see what they're saying, and then we'll see what Sheriff Nanos has to say. So here's JLR's stream here. Let's see what's going on. It's basically just camping out. Nothing going on. Let me put this up here as well. So we'll hang out here for a few minutes. Let me turn the live scanner back up and we'll see what the conversation is, see what's going on over there. And I'm going to take another gander, see if there's any more updates. And then we'll go into what the words have been saying. I do want, thank you for reminding me, She Raid, because Brian Entin's episode that came out overnight is one that I really do want to go to right away this morning, early afternoon, because Brian Entin, he's getting the scoops from law
Yeah.
enforcement. He's the one that's showing up ASAP, and Gabby Petito's family is reaching out to Nancy Guthrie's family, telling them not to lose hope. That's sweet. Let me play that too as we
Yeah.
kind of get into these updates. That's very sweet of them. Let me see here. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe if you're not. Share it out to your friends and your socials. We've been gone for 6 months. We just came back a couple weeks ago, and YouTube has been punishing us for being gone so long. They said you just can't come back into my house and start streaming again. You need to be in timeout, CJ. You know, like I was neglecting them or something because I wasn't here for 6. I was neglecting YouTube, so they got mad at me. They're like, "We haven't been able to make any money off you, CJ, for 6 months. You need to go sit in timeout." All right. That's what it feels like, Rosee.
I know.
Because we're not getting out in the algorithms. It's there's like people like, damn, like Dre the other day, she's like, it wasn't even letting me sub to you again until recently. And I felt so bad for her because Dre's been a sub for like 3 years. And over 3 years. And with YouTube, because it unsubbed a whole bunch of people for no reason. There's like so many people that are telling me or coming in and letting us know that YouTube unsubbed them for no reason. And it's like, so they mess with the notifications. Nobody's getting those. They mess with it showing up on your live feed or even your suggestions, even if you might be subbed. So it's playing a lot of dirty games, and I think it's because it's like a cost-cutting move for them, probably. They don't have to.
Yeah, I've noticed that when you're live on my phone or like wherever I'm looking, I don't see the red dot. It doesn't. I have to actually go and open and view the channel, and then like find the video, and then I'll see that you're live. But it won't let me know. Like I won't see the red dot if I'm scrolling through my subscriptions.
That sucks. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. I needed Carol. It was a lot of stuff. If anybody is curious, just I re-aired the episode that Rosee and I did when I came back, and then I was on a break for another month or so. After that, after we did that initial show in December, it still took some more time to come back, but a lot of it was because of how many times I was shut down last year, and it affected my mental health. When I didn't do anything wrong, really. I didn't do anything wrong at all in any of these instances.
Yeah.
And what was happening was just and then other things in real life, that wouldn't have been that big, but became bigger because of the YouTube stuff. And it just, I needed a mental health checkout break I had only planned on it being for about a month, and it turned into 6 months. So, but yeah, we're back. As you can see, the last couple weeks, we have been back in full force. Let me see here. Yeah, YouTube does. They put me in the corner for a while. I don't know when they're gonna let me out. They don't tell you that. That's the thing. I'm still waiting for another one of these things to roll off my channel, man. I still got another. What the hell? That reminds me that it's doing this. Let me, why is it not shutting up? Sorry, hold on. It won't let me do anything. All right, now it'll let me. What the hell? That reminds me. I thought about maybe offering both a phone number and the Discord for live calls because I know some people might not even be able to get Discord to call and
Yeah.
they would be comfortable to call in. So I thought about offering both, but that's just because that reminded me. But yeah, with getting shut down like that, just for reporting on the truth and
Yeah.
promoting the truth and not being MSM, and then plus, I'm gonna be honest with you, one of the families from Idaho 4 did some shit to my channel too. So when
Yeah.
it's weird because I've been very supportive of this person. I just didn't like what they had to say about people who questioned the surviving roommates. I'm not low class, I'm sorry. So I'm not going to have somebody call me a piece of shit just because I think differently. So I had a few
Yeah.
things to say. They didn't like it and they did some shit to my channel. So but
Yeah.
again, I'm real. I'm not there's no fake. So it is what it is.
Yeah,
But
it is.
yeah, it's just it was like one of those things where plus, the previous 2 years really, I was constantly on the road. I was maybe at home for uh if a week at a time I was home. A month, maybe a week, a month, if that. Most of the time it was a couple days a month that I was home. I was literally on the road nonstop, going from location to location to location to location. I'm not rich like JLR. I can't fly everywhere and rent vehicles and all that shit. I was basically sacrificing everything that I could sacrifice to make it to all these different families to help find them answers just because I would appreciate it if somebody ever did it for me if I was in the same situation. And that's, um, so with that, and then YouTube shutting my channel down like 5 times last year, it just really
Yeah.
like threw wrenches into everything that, it'd be one thing if I had like this humongous nest egg or something, that I could just keep pushing for another year or two and, eventually, but no, it was like I had already sacrificed everything that I could sacrifice. And then YouTube's playing their games. And it was just, we just needed a reset, we just needed
Yeah.
a reset. So we're here. And who knows what the future will bring from this point on. It's a new day. It's a new year. It's a new month. It's a new sunlight. It's a new everything. It's a new vibe. You know what I mean? It's a new title. It's a new all of it. And
All
so,
new.
yeah, anything new in this shit show? Not really. We're sitting here waiting. That could be too. Yeah, that could be a revenge. We've
Mhm.
when it came to the political stuff that we went into, probably about a week ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the shows that kind of made me a little nervous. Thank you for hopping in, Leslie, keeping it real. Appreciate you very much. Be safe and have a happy Valentine's Day. And I hope all y'all have a happy Valentine's Day. What's up, TJ Jones or T Jones? Yes, we're back. I just got to fit some gaming in now because that's one thing I haven't done since
Yes.
I've been back. And I was supposed to make sure every week, CJ, you got to stick to, let me see, let me bring it up. You got to stick to this schedule. There's all the platforms. Here's my schedule up there. You got to stick to that schedule, CJ. That way you'll allow yourself some gaming in between. And no,
Nope.
there's been none of that. So thank you
No,
for
no.
joining, and I appreciate you very much. So we'll get back to this here now. So we got it. Hopefully today I can accomplish some of that, and we can get over and make our way over to the EvilleCJ TV channel and do a little bit of gaming. I don't know what. I need to play some of that pool game. If anybody loves billiards, watching it or playing it, you can join me on there, whether it's your phone, your tablet, your computer, your PlayStation, your Xbox, whatever device, really. And it's cool because we can play pool against each other. I can host tournaments, which I would love. That would be really sweet to host a pool tournament where viewers can literally they can literally play on their phone, have me on TV, play on their phone or whatever device you want to watch. You can watch yourself play me in pool on another screen. Wouldn't that be freaking
Yeah.
cool? Right?
Yeah.
And we got live, like real music, live requests. So you can request a song and we'll play it in the background for you, like real music. It's going to be a cool thing.
It
But
is.
that'll be over there. Your whip appreciated the rest, CJ. Yes. Oh, trust me. That it's still there's still repairs I gotta make on that damn thing from all the miles. I was a trucking mother, like I was trucking, man.
I
I
know.
put
I
on
remember.
there's oh my lord, like that was my home. Most of it was on the road, really.
Yeah.
If I wasn't searching or investigating things, I was literally on the road, bouncing from one case to another one, working on multiple ones at the same time, going from this one in a break for this case. Well, I got a little break for this one, so I can go work on this one some more. So then we'd travel over there and do. It's like bam. I mean, yeah, it's hard to do laundry out there. It's hard to do laundry out there. That's why I have see, he's got all sorts. He's got like press, media, all that stuff. I literally have, and that's why I have so many of these hoodies. So no, I don't wear the same hoodie every freaking show. I wear a new hoodie
just so you
every
know.
day because I have 7 of them.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Because of situations like this, Rosie, where it's hard to find a laundromat, or
No,
it's
I
hard to
know.
find time. And you don't want to go around stench.
Of course.
So you
Not.
got to make
Yeah.
sure that you have multiple, so that way
7. Yes.
you're smelling like gain instead of stain.
Yes. No, I totally understand.
I like that. Smelling like gain instead of stain. But that's the truth. That's why I had so many. And that's like, because it's like, is that like, how many of those do you have? And I was like, I got 7. I got 7. Oh, Busby, yours is worn out.
7's
I know.
enough.
One of my search hoodies, that's my most comfy that I wear all the time when I'm chilling back at home. So like after the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have like there's some of my hoodies that are like falling apart just from wear and tear from all the searches and stuff, So those are like my jams. Those are my jams. So like and I have like the letters are coming off. It's a long that thing was beat, man. That thing was like left in a trunk, like been wet, like a bunch from the water. Like it was beat, It was beat. So but yeah. I have only one that's worn out. All the other ones are good. I'm losing letters. Yeah, because yeah. It's when you're washing it. Here's the thing, though. It's because of how many times they're dried, But it was, with the ones that's why the other ones aren't coming apart, is because those hoodies right there were like the very first ones. And so it was, I had got the vinyl that came with the machine. So those ended up getting made, and it was like, man, this doesn't feel right. So then I ended up buying expensive ass vinyl after that. So I think there was like 3 hoodies. There was 3 hoodies. Me, one that Busby, and I'm wondering if, because I think the one I gave to Silky back then, those were the 3 hoodies that were in that same batch of the same vinyl that came with the machine, which, hindsight, you should have known better. Like, you get the vinyl that comes with the machine, you probably should just throw it in the garbage. But that shit's expensive, so it's like, no, I'm using it.
Yep.
Like, that shit's the vinyl is like some of the most expensive parts of the merch stuff. Like this right here, it's so thick, but it's beautiful because it's white, so it wasn't as expensive,
Yeah.
Still have stains from being out in Hendersonville. Yeah, man. Yeah. Like even like part of my pocket from the hoodie in the front is kind of coming out. Like, yeah, those hoodies from the very beginning, like they got put through a test because we were like, I don't know how many. You can go back to all my Sebastian Rogers searches. There's so many hours of it, and I guarantee you, when I'm walking through woods, you'll hear very often twigs popping me in the face and
I remember that.
bushes
Oh, yeah.
pulling my leg back and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, it was rough out there. Not as rough as what we see right here, but it was definitely rough vegetation out there when we were, because we weren't just going along the roads, we were getting in,
I remember.
climbing through tunnels and all sorts of stuff. We just didn't care.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna go through, I'm not seeing any more updates, so let's go ahead and listen to let me see, let's go ahead and listen to what Sheriff Nanos has to say, and then we'll hear what Harvey Levin has to say. Yeah, I'm not seeing any updates from FBI, Pima County, or Brian Entin as of this time. And let me check any YouTube real quick. There's obviously nothing going on outside as we're seeing right here. So let me check YouTube real quick, and then actually, we'll just head to there real quick. Let's see. So Sheriff Nanos believes Nancy Guthrie is still alive. Then we're going to listen to Harvey Levin discuss the Ransom stuff. So here's this. Thank you all for being here as we kind of go through all the updates from overnight. Hopefully there's some kind of traction that comes out today and there's some kind of movement. Now I do have the live scanner up. I'm not playing it because there's nothing going on right now, but we will turn to it if there is something going on. We also have flight radar 24/7. That way, if there is any action going on in the air as well, we can not only follow that, have the scanner, and any kind of live feeds going on at the same time, the trifecta of information.
First, talk to you about the DNA that you are testing. You have unknown DNA that you have found, DNA that does not match anybody in the Guthrie family, does not match anybody working for Nancy Guthrie inside her home. This sounds like this could be a significant lead.
Well, we found DNA and we eliminated some people, yes. And yes, it's significant when we find somebody that certainly matches that for sure. But right now, there's a lot of significant leads we're working. I think that video was very key to us, and we're tracking down some things there too. So we as of what's today? I'm sorry, it's Friday. So as of Wednesday, we had over 18,000 leads here. The FBI had some 14, 15,000 leads there. We put that video out, and in less than a couple hours, we had almost another 5,000 leads.
Wow.
We're probably close to 40, 50,000 today, but we want those.
Can I, there's one thing I want to mention real quick about leads. I hate when they use numbers. Well, this was from overnight, so I believe this is recorded on the Friday. This stuff came out overnight. None of this stuff is really coming out right now. This is all overnight, so we're going to be going through all of the overnight stuff. But I can't stand the numbers. I hate 4,000, 5,000, 15,000. Like, it doesn't matter how many freaking tips you're getting. It's the quality. So it always bothered me about hearing the numbers of the tips. Like, that's cool. That's nice to know. But at the same time, like, it could just be a bunch of smoke. Like, yeah, we're getting all this stuff, like they're doing stuff, but not really. So I don't know. The whole numbers thing with the tips has always kind of bothered me with any of these cases. I don't care how many people can call in freaking Donkey Kong tip and it can be counted as one tip. I don't just give us what is credible, Tell us what is credible, not how many.
Leads. We need those leads. We need people to keep calling us and sending us things, and because that's what's going to solve this case.
Presumably, you've run that DNA against CODIS, which is the database for people who've been convicted of crimes and did not find a match.
I don't know where they're at, but correct. We have no match. I don't know how. There's a lot of work to do with DNA and splitting it and mixtures and different things, way above my grade. I just allow my team. They deal with this stuff all the time. They're the experts, the FBI as well. And we let them come to us and tell us what it is they need, and we help them with that. Did you find this DNA inside the house or outside the house? I can't go there. I'm sorry.
But it was near the house. I mean, it wasn't, at some random place 2 miles away.
I wonder why they can't go there. Why couldn't they tell us? Why can't they tell us if it was found inside or outside? You should be able to. Now, what room, on what item? Okay, I can understand if you want to keep that behind closed doors, but I don't understand not letting people know if it was found inside or outside. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too deep into it, but to me, I don't know. I don't see what the secret would be, or, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, the DNA we worked with was the DNA from that house the morning we went out and processed that crime scene.
You obviously, this door.
So the DNA was found the morning that they went out. And that's the DNA that they're going off of. So this isn't DNA that was discovered after. DNA found the first morning. Okay. It's like using the phrase, yeah. I just don't know what the secret is. They found the DNA the first morning. Okay, that's cool. But inside or outside, you can't elaborate. I can see you not elaborating on an item or a room, but inside, outside, that seems odd to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me though. It could be. I am kind of loopy, half asleep, so maybe I'm just like, what the hell's what's going on, man? I don't know.
Breakthrough for you. Are you also working on retrieving video from the Nest cameras that were inside Nancy Guthrie's home, or perhaps in other places on her property?
Yeah, I won't say where they were located, but I will say this. Yes, we have several cameras that we took and gave. That's part of the story was the sheriff's holding back from the FBI or block. That's furthest from the truth. I don't know where that comes from. We came in that morning on Sunday or Monday morning, I guess.
They're not talking about the video. They're talking about the DNA. It's never been about the video that they want. The FBI wants the DNA. What's up, Ida Claire? Thank you for hopping in. What's new? Just a bunch of updates. Just a bunch of updates that have come out overnight. Really nothing much. We're going through all of the updates that have come out overnight while we're continuing to monitor the situation with live scanner, flight radar, and live feeds on the ground. So if something does pop off, we'll have all three for you: all the live feeds on the ground, the live scanner going, and the flight radar all at the same time. So just going through some of these updates. Sheriff Nanos believes that Nancy is alive. And also Harvey Levin, we're going to get into the update from Harvey Levin here in a second, where he's talking about the new ransom letter that came out overnight. And that one is very interesting to hear the specifics on that, because you're going to hear a lot of interesting things when it comes to this ransom letter. A lot more interesting things than the other ransom letters from the person that claims to be the snitch. So trust me, you're gonna want to hear. There's 2 videos on that one.
It is now. Took our evidence.
Oh, Rosee, since you're back, I do have to ask you a question. So the DNA that they are testing
Mhm.
is DNA that was found the first morning that they showed up. Okay. So that has to be from a glove that they probably found. Now, I'm surprised that DNA is taking this long, number one. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
it might be taking this long because you didn't give it to the FBI. Now, he's saying, I don't know where this I'm not handing stuff over to the FBI is coming from. And he's referring to the videos because he's saying, look, we gave all the cameras, multiple cameras to FBI. But what FBI is saying is, no, the DNA. We want to
Mhm.
send it to our lab, which is the best in the frickin' world, so we can get this DNA ASAP. So if they've had this DNA since the first day, this is 2 weeks now that they've had this DNA and they don't have any results to come out. So why isn't it going to the frickin' FBI? Because it's just like the Idaho 4 case. It went to the ISP lab, then it went to Orthram. Look, you guys ain't finding this. You've had it for how long now? Give it to us and we'll use our technology that we can't share with the public to just come up with who it is and let you and tell you who it is, and then you do the rest of the work. Like, it could literally be, we could have results already.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
So
I don't
why is he not
understand.
handing it over? You know?
I mean, if it's true that he has a history with the FBI, then I guess it's something personal, but I don't even know. Like, he's denying that there's even an issue. And I don't see why, if it's the FBI
Gaslighting?
saying, yeah, if it's the FBI saying that they've been denied access to things, then I'm very inclined to believe the FBI. Like, I just am. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. But there's definitely, I saw someone in chat say he's all ego.
Yeah, I mean, that even ex-sheriffs that have worked in the same county have said the same thing about him. And this is what's weird to me too is, so he's talking about the DNA that they found the first morning. She asked him a minute ago, so did you find the DNA inside the house or outside the house? And he said he couldn't answer that question. Now, I can understand you don't want to say, yeah, we found it on a coffee cup, or we found it in the glove, or we found it whatever, because, I get that. You don't want to release that, which would be weird too, because it's like, well, why wouldn't you? But if you don't want to, that's cool. But the fact that you can't even mention if it was found inside or outside, what the hell is that? Am I thinking too deep into it? Am I a little too, I don't have enough coffee yet this morning and I'm kind of, oh, am I thinking like that? Like it's something that's probably nothing, but to me it seems like, why are you keeping that secret? Why
I
should
think
it matter?
I think in the context of what we've heard about the situation with the FBI, I don't think that's overthinking. No. I think there's definitely, he's being secretive about a specific issue. So if he's being secretive to the FBI, then I think it follows that he's being secretive in this interview as well, because there's something to do with that thing, which is the DNA.
Well, and here's another thing right here. Like, okay, I'm sure it was processed after the first couple days. you know, and it's not in the database. So then why are you continuing to not give it to the FBI again? Again. Why are you not continuing to give it to the FBI that has technology that is not out to the public that can, you know, if they can literally take Brian Koberger's DNA and come up with it just like that when all these other well-known renowned labs couldn't even come close. Hello, that's some technology. Don't you think you would want to have help you if
Yeah.
we're not
Yeah.
talking about some young strapping 20-year-old that can handle, you know, some kind of torture for an extent. We're talking about an 84-year-old woman that needs a lot of medication, needs medical equipment, and
Yeah.
is probably going through a lot more health shit right now because of what she's going through. Like, that's a completely different timeline, a completely different situation. And
Yeah.
you're going to not hand it over to the FBI still?
It makes no sense. I mean, I don't think it can make sense. If the FBI is truly the best in the world, which it is, why not? You know.
What do you got to lose? You might F around and find Nancy.
Mm.
You won't F
Exactly.
around, you know, F around and find Nancy. That's what you could do with handing this stuff over to the FBI. That's the t-shirt that needs to be worn out in the public out there to
Yeah.
these investigators. They need to be wearing hey, sheriffs, F around and find Nancy, right? Do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, that's a good idea. You know, I've been wanting a t-shirt line for 4 years now, and yeah. Never gonna happen. All right, let's listen to Sheriff Nanos some more. I think he's just gaslighting.
Yeah. I agree.
He doesn't want to, you know, it's kind of like somebody that's throwing a hissy fit. They're like, nothing's wrong. Like, obviously something's wrong. Just say it. Nothing's wrong. It's that kind of shit, you know? Grow up. F around and find Nancy, Sheriff Nanos.
My team says we're going to send ours to the lab. It's a lab we use. They're in Florida now, but I think years ago they may have been in Arizona. I don't know. They put in a bid every year or every couple of years, and they win it. They're a good lab. They've done great work for us, solved cases before. FBI has a great lab. They've solved some cases for us. That wasn't the issue here. The issue was we submitted our evidence from that crime scene to there. We also had some hard evidence, what I consider hard, physical cameras, phones, computers, things like that. And we knew the FBI has the best resources for those items to be analyzed. And that morning, people said, oh, you waited too long to call. We called them that morning, 8 o'clock. They immediately said, Sheriff, whatever you need. And they were attached to it. In fact, you just have to look at the press conferences that day, or I think it was Tuesday, the day after. Who's standing behind me?
Ask him about the blood. Ask him about the blood, ma'am. Ask him about the blood.
Here with the FBI.
Don't let him off the freaking hook.
To the FBI.
Don't let him off the hook.
To my department. It is vital to this community. And that relationship has lasted for 30, 40 years, as far as I know.
Don't let him off the hook.
Always sent people to work in their building with their agents. They've had people at our place to work with us. To suggest that this sheriff would tell the FBI no on anything, that's crazy.
So these reports that we have gotten that the FBI is frustrated that they feel you're not cooperating are completely false.
Don't let him off the hook.
No, completely false. At this local level,
why is she not confronting him?
Washington. I respect Washington because they have a job to do too. Man. That's my team's, my FBI team here locally. That's their boss. And they have right to make decisions as bosses. I have bosses too. That's my community. And so we sit down with their local leadership here, the SAC and the ASAC from Phoenix and Tucson, and we talk about these things. I've spent more time talking to you, probably 10 times more, than talking to Sachs about this
Bull
DNA
crap.
going to their lab or our lab. It was
That's he's spent more time talking to her. He's barely been on. He
So
acts like this media thing is so much, but he's barely even on. What is he talking about?
yeah, I was about to say that, to be completely honest, I really don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I don't even know what he's trying to say.
Yeah, we did last night, She Raid, and it was like a 30-second clip or something. He was riding with him, and yeah, he was just talking about the ego and but this is the thing too, is he's like totally downplaying this stuff, but anybody else that we've heard interviews from that is involved with the FBI has said it's every case that there's some kind of ego that they have to deal with. Every case. It's common for that. It's common for the quote turf war to take place in all these different cases when the FBI comes in. So
Yeah.
he's like totally downplaying what everybody is coming out and saying is normal because
Yeah,
he's
and
gaslighting.
yeah, and if so many people are saying it, and if it's like they're saying it's with every case, then he clearly has a patent for it. It's not like he just randomly started doing it today. So there's some kind of underlying issue if that's correct.
Well, if typically everybody eats oranges and this guy typically eats oranges and he's on TV saying, I don't eat oranges, I eat apples. That when everybody else is going, no, we usually eat oranges in that situation. like why are you gaslighting to the point where you're like downplaying that it even exists when everybody else is like, no, this is normal. But yeah, we watched that last night, and it was an ex-sheriff from the same county, an ex-undersheriff that worked for Pima County that was talking about. Now, who knows? They could have, some kind of negative thing to say. We don't know what their personal relationship was. But, we're hearing it from everybody. Even Tech Death came in for one of the first shows and was like, this dude's got a huge ego, man.
I remember,
He fucks up every case. And it's like, damn. People know that this dude's about that. So it's like from general public all the way to, people that have worked in the same county are saying the same thing. Like, dude's a egomaniac and he fucks up a lot of shit. I mean, you look at hell, we've been complaining about the investigation from day one. We're still trying to get into our show where we're going to basically go through all of the fumbleoos that people might not even realize that took place.
Yeah.
Because some people are coming in late. And so, yeah, it needs to be highlighted. So, this guy is totally just not reading the room at all. What's up, Moonlight Rays? Good to see you. Thank you for hopping in. Busby says he also tried to say he doesn't have an issue with the FBI and they have a great, yeah, right. But here's the thing. The whole issue has been, like I said, the FBI asking for the DNA and the dude's not giving it to him. And he's trying to like come up with all this other stuff. Well, I give him cameras. I did this. We got it. But this is why I wish like she would not let him off the hook and hold him to the fire. Like, no, we're talking about the DNA. Like she started off the interview asking if the DNA was found inside or outside the house. She asked another question about the DNA when it comes to, when it was found. So he actually says that. Then he starts to kind of deflect and downplay and dismiss and all that. And she's like trying to that's where she needs to be like, no, the reports are that you're not trying to share the DNA with the FBI. And that would put him in the situation where he has to be honest. He can't gaslight and downplay and use other parts of the investigation like he's sharing everything, because none of it has been about this other stuff. It's always been about this DNA. So that right there, it's like, I hope we still got 6 more minutes into it, so hopefully she does hold it to him. Hopefully she does. But I have a
She looks
feeling
like she wants to. Like she.
Yeah, I mean, she can. That's the thing. She can. What is he going to do? End the interview on that question? That makes him look bad.
Yeah.
Lose out. So she has every opportunity and availability to hold him to the fire because she has nothing to lose. It's the question that everybody wants to know. It's the issue that everybody's been reporting. And it's the question that needs to be asked, because the only person that's going to look bad in any situation of an outcome, because she ain't going to end the interview. She's not going to end it. He will if something happens. And then what does that do? That makes him look like he's hiding something. So he has every motivation to just answer the question and not do what he may feel like he wants to do. And with him having to answer the question, because if he avoids it, there's your answer right there. But if he actually answers it, then he has to be truthful, because then he can't say, well, we're working with the FBI and we're giving him everything, because then he literally has to say, well, we that's one part of the evidence that we're keeping to ourselves. He has to admit it. He can't say that he's sharing it. So let's hope.
Yeah.
Let's hope that she holds him to the fire, right? Yeah, let's hope.
Nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscape or the...
Here, to be fair, let me go just a few seconds before that so we get the whole context of what is being said. I don't want to start it off right where it says that, because whatever has been said maybe 10 seconds before might change how we're interpreting what's being said.
Tons more than talking to Sachs about this DNA going to their lab or our lab. It was nothing more than simply a matter of, I have a lab that has all of our evidence. They have our markers for the family and people we want. Maybe it's the landscaper, the pool guy, all of those there. Why would I send? And then we had another crime scene up at a scene we did a search warrant on.
Here it
all
is.
All that stuff went to our labs. And so when they brought me the glove that was found some 2 miles away, they said, we'll send it to our lab. I said, well, why do that? Let's just keep it all in one place.
Keep it all in one place. Okay, we should say for our audience.
So he wants to, that's his excuse. He wants to keep it all in one. What the
I mean, if it really is about the fact that they have an extensive database, then just send that whole database to the FBI.
That is so weak.
Yeah.
That is so weak. Like, because we want to keep it all in one place. Keep it all in the same place that has limited options for discovery.
The same one limited place.
That's awesome that it's all in one place, because then you can just go to the one place and get it all and hand it over.
Yes.
My gosh. What's up, Key? The former sheriff retired, not voted out, had a lot of harsh things to say about Nanos in the way. Yeah, we went through that interview last night. Shout out to Brian Entin. Yeah, that's why I was saying it makes you wonder, because, there could be somebody that just hates your guts, and then they're like, yeah, I used to work there. Let me tell you about this person, and who knows, but it's like we were saying a second ago. Thank you for hopping into. It's like we were saying a second ago. This is what we've been hearing, even from the first show when Tech Death came in chat and said, "This guy's full of ego." Like, it's no matter what we're hearing, that's all we're hearing. So I'm not surprised. Remember him saying that they had no footage because those? Yeah, right. Yeah, and then the FBI. Yep. As soon as the FBI came in and put their foot down, all of a sudden the cameras popped up. But he's saying, look, I've shared everything with them. I gave them all the cameras. And it's like, dude, if you would have been doing your job, you yourself could have got that stuff. Day 1, day 2, day 3. And it could be a completely different scenario of what we're dealing with on day 14. Who knows? We might not even have a day 14 if you investigated and handled the evidence properly.
Yeah.
Which is why, I'm sorry we haven't done the show yet on all of this stuff that this investigation has fumbled from the beginning, because it needs to be put out there on a spotlight, and we're going to bring it to you. There's so many updates that are popping off every day. We just can't get to it yet.
Yeah.
We just can't.
It's been a really busy few days for this case.
Mm-hmm. It has. And so that's his excuse. He just wants to keep it all in one place. Here, let us take that glove. We'll take. Why not just why not just take everything and give it to us? Because we can find, we have, you have one avenue. Say you have one avenue, Sheriff Nanos, to find information. We can literally put it in our database and our technology and have thousands. Why wouldn't you? We're trying to find Nancy. Sheriff Nanos, F around and find Nancy.
Yeah. He won't, though.
I have experience with crime in the Tucson area from my non-sober years. The biggest issue was the way the sheriffs were conducting themselves. This being said by criminals as well as victims. So, do you mean like they just kind of, the law is their law? Is that what you mean? Like, there's laws, but they run it, like they choose what law exists and what don't. Is that what you mean? Yeah, let me know. Interesting. So you're from the area, huh? Yeah. So let's see what else he's got to say. He kind of jumped into it himself, so she didn't really have to hold him to the fire. Yes, that's exactly what I got you.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's where a lot of the ego comes in, because these different cases that I've worked on, I've run into departments that are that way, and you can tell it's like an ego fest. Yeah. Yeah. I get what you mean. All right, let's see what else he has to say. Looks like he's getting a little flustered too in his face. He's got some reddish cheeks now. You can see in his bone structure and his eyebrows, he's getting real serious and agitated.
He looks angry now. Yeah. He's getting angry.
Does. But dated a Tucson. I got you. What's up, W. Clyde? Thank you for hitting the like. Appreciate that. Please hit the like if you haven't, and subscribe if you're not. And we got put in a corner from YouTube for not being around for 6 months, making them ad revenue. So they got mad at us and put us in a corner. So do us a favor, help us out. We're back again. Share us out to your socials and your friends. Have them come in and hang out with us too. And we all just kind of hang out and go through these updates. Plus, it's a little different over here. We also have the live scanner, the live flight radar, and all of the different on-location feeds, whether it's news source or social media. And so basically, anytime something pops off, last night was a perfect example too. Nothing was happening. They had the SWAT stuff at Annie's house. They had the SWAT, and then we actually had 2 live feeds of local TV stations where we were actually able to broadcast the whole investigation and towing of the Range Rover last night. So not only we got the live scanner, flight radar, we can literally go to whatever location something's popping off. So you get the trifecta instead of just the one. So thank you all for being here and hanging out with us anybody that's been with me, if you guys were around 6 months ago when I was doing the same kind of shows, flight radar, live scanner, manhunts and all that stuff. Basically, it's basically just like that. So let's see what else Sheriff Nanos has to say as he gets a little more perturbed. I'm glad to see we got another 6 or 7 minutes into this interview, and maybe we'll see some fireworks pop off, right?
Getting fiery.
Yeah, the fuse was lit on both sides. It looks like too, because she looked like she was getting a little flustered also. Like they lit each other's fuse and they're both about to pop. So let's see what happens. Hey, when you mix Mentos and Coca-Cola, shit happens.
That the SAC is a special agent in charge.
Aw, thank you. I missed your
Getting back
face
to
too.
the other
Good
Nest
to see you.
cameras. When do you think we might see how? I mean, I know this is an arduous process. Google helped out with the doorbell cam. When might we see the video from the other cameras?
You know, we looked at it and said, you know, the FBI, you guys take this on. Just like the ransom notes, they're great at that. They handle it. They deal with it. They got some of it back. What you saw, that one video, that's key. That front door video was so key to us. We're hopeful.
Ooh, they didn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They didn't share. Okay, check this out. So, you know, if anybody missed it last night, I broke down two things. I broke down how the criminal stalked and entered the property and committed the crime. Right.
Mhm.
Number one, I gave you that information. Number two, I broke down the light code of the person from this camera with my footage edit. So you can you go to the towards the end of the show. No, I think actually when you see drone camera pictures, that's when you know that I'm going through the how I enter the property as a criminal. And then later on, after that, a little bit after that, I went through the video edits. You'll see like crazy ass color shit going on, but it's, you know, if you watch the whole part, I kind of explain how I had to break down what I did to make certain things, because each one's a different layer that tells a specific part of the whole story. And so I kind of went through that stuff. He's only claiming that there's one video, the video that I just discussed, right? But what if you listen to the part where I tell you how the criminal entered the property? There's multiple cameras, so I guarantee there's a camera above the garage. There's a camera at the front door. There's probably a camera at the back porch. Okay. Now, if I'm the criminal, I'm coming through the back porch. I broke it down already. You can see it's the most, like, it's for any criminal, it would be a godsend to have that backyard. Okay. Just saying. So you have that. They're obviously going to be picked up on other cameras, because we also know when they left the crime scene, there was blood that only lasted to this area here. Okay, this area here was the only spot where there was a lot of blood drips, and so instead of having a trail going out to the sidewalk, I'm 99.9 on the person. As soon as they crossed this entrance exit wall, they took a right. So they would have been picked up, or this person would have been picked up going to the back of the property by either the garage or specifically the back porch camera, which I'm assuming those would be the locations of those cameras. So he's saying, yeah, the one video, he only knows about one video. He gave the FBI all the cameras. He stated multiple cameras in the beginning of this interview. So he gave all of the cameras to the FBI. The FBI was the one that actually was able to get this footage right here that he wasn't. I'm telling you right now, the FBI is pulling a him. I bet you they got more evidence of this person walking around the yard, and they only gave, you know what, Sheriff, if you're not going to give us, because they were asking for the DNA stuff. As soon as they got there, FBI's asking for the DNA stuff. He doesn't want to give it up because he wants to keep it all in one place. I bet you they got the camera, they got more footage, and they're like, we're only going to put out this specific footage because they don't have to put it all out. But the stuff that they haven't put out, they probably did the same thing. You know what, Sheriff? You want to fuck us over with the DNA from trying to find Nancy? We're going to keep this footage because really we weren't going to put it out anyway, but we have it. We're just not going to tell you that we have it. Yeah, I can see that happening because I'm sorry. Multiple cameras confirmed. There's no way that this is the only camera that picked up this individual. I'm telling you that right now because they didn't come in through the front door. They left through the front door because of the blood. Because of how the blood's there. My theory, that's how they left. I told you how the injury happened. But I can guarantee you this person came to rip the camera off the front door because they already knew this is how I'm going to be leaving, because when you see the breakdown of the backyard that I do, there's no way you're taking somebody out through the back. You are going through the front. Yeah. So to me, you're coming, you already know I need to break this camera off this front door because I don't want them recording where I'm leaving, what direction, what interaction. I don't want them seeing none of that. I want my exit to be a complete mystery. So I'm going to go here first, rip the camera off. Then I'm going to go to the backyard. I'm going to hide out. I'm going to make some noise, some distraction, make the puppy wake up, make her get up and go, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" You know, the puppy, oh, he must have to go outside or he heard something. And then she opens the door freely to let the puppy out and to kind of peek around to see what was that little noise that startled little Sparky. Yeah. And then boom, the guy runs around the side and forces his way in. No forced entry. Yeah. He's got to be on other cameras. He has to be. Has to be. I don't see this being the only camera that this person's on. So watch. I bet later on, you know, if this continues to go, I bet you later on there's going to be more video that's been released. I already said there's more video on this specific camera right here because I feel like this person, because we know that the camera disconnected. So I feel like this person put this camera in their pocket, and them not knowing that it was a mistake to take the camera in the first place, I think they were stupid enough to put it in their pocket, which if it's rustling around, there's any slight movement on that lens, and it's going to keep recording audio, even if it just has video inside of somebody's pocket. And you're going to hear the abduction, you're going to hear the conversation, you're going to hear how they entered, you're going to hear all of this stuff as long as they're moving. You know, so if they're sitting there in a still spot, the camera will record for 5 more seconds as long as there's no movement, and then it'll shut off. And it won't record anything. But then once they move their leg, it kicks that camera back on and it's recording audio if it's in the pocket. So I'm pretty sure that they have this abduction audio-wise on recording. And I'm pretty sure that they have this person coming around, because I don't think this person busted up the cameras on the back or the garage. They just needed to bust up the one on the front because that's how they were leaving. I feel like they have footage of this person coming around the back, how they approached the back, what they did to gain access. They just don't know what happened inside. And so I believe that is what is going to come out here very soon. Busby says, let me see. The backyard has so many places to hide. It's a treasure trove. Oh, I know. It is. And the access too. It's not like you only have like minimal spots that you can access that back area. You can literally access that anywhere in that back area, hopping over a wall. Like it, and it's not even that high. It's a dream for any criminal, honestly. That layout, the vegetation, the density of it, the distance between the other homes, like there's so many factors that go in. You know, they said that the Idaho 4 house was a perfect house for the kind of crime that was committed there. And I totally agreed with them when I went out on location and I pulled up into the back parking lot behind 1122 as it sat there with crime scene all around it. And I was like, holy shit, this is how I would have got in. right here.
Mhm.
Nobody would have even known. The last door that anybody would have checked would have been the one to gain access through. Like again, the foliage, the density, the 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 elevation, the lookout factor, like all of these different things that were perfect for 1122, that layout, for it to be perfect for the crime that took place. It's just like this house. This house's layout and position and location and relation to everything else, when it comes to right there, like you
Yeah.
have everything in your favor for it to be a success. That's why this criminal could be this stupid, because if you staked out this house for a month and you walked up to a camera like that, like how this person did,
Mhm.
you're able to get away with this crime because of how perfect the house was.
Yeah. And I mean, they took a month. They probably searched the area before choosing a house and planned this for a month. So I suppose all of that accumulated into them getting this far, regardless of whether they're good at it or not.
It does, because like every dog has its day, and this dog had their day.
Yeah.
Like because literally you gave them a straight up freaking clear ass photo of your face, bro. You know what you should have, like, you know what you know what you do in this situation? You go sideways, Rosie. If you need to rip the camera off the frame,
Hmm.
you go sideways or backwards. You
Yeah.
don't go, and that's rookie shit.
Yeah.
And this person went straight up, oh shoot, let me use my glove. Like, that's what I'm saying. Every dog can have a stay. This house was too perfect. That's why this guy right here could F up as soon as he shows up and still be successful,
Yeah.
because the house was just too perfect. And thank you for the kind words, she rated. It is a lot of work. Trust me. You only see and if anybody wants me to upload any of them, let me know. I'll go ahead and end the show. If anybody's joining the show and you got to go or you're coming back or whatever, at the very end of the show, before I do the outro, I will play each edit in order of the specific part, not the whole thing, just the specific parts of when it comes to the light code and all that. But I would encourage anybody, and I should probably put a video edit together. That's one of my downfalls. I don't have enough time to do any of this small short form content for that. But I honestly should put out a video at least of the breakdown of the light source and why I think that they were signaling somebody out there for sure. And I think we have proof. You can't really tell with the original footage, but and that's why I encourage people to watch what I did last night and kind of explained it, because I want you to hear like why I did certain versions and what those versions purposes were for, because you really have to watch all of them and hear what I'm pointing out to. Then when you see the final one, the one that's like blazing hot, then you're like, yeah, that's right, because I noticed that part on this version, and on this one I can't see that part as clear as each
Yeah.
version has its own clarity for the whole puzzle, basically. And so it is a lot of work, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's one of the things. It's why I always document when I'm out on location. It's nothing but crazy ass documenting of footage, and then also breaking stuff down, because it's always been one of my favorite things. When I was younger, I wanted to be like somebody who made movies, the editing and the footage stuff. I always just had a
Yeah.
passion for that, and it kind of just, when I started doing true crime, it kind of turned into digging into stuff, and all of a sudden I'm seeing shit that just most people don't see, and I'm able to pull it out.
Yeah. Yeah. You definitely have an eye for it.
Easily accessible in the back. Yes. I mean, it's too perfect. I should add that. I need to make a video edit of that. All right. Thank you for the kind words, though. I really appreciate it. All right. Let's go back to what else he's got to say and finish this up. Then we're going to listen to Harvey and what he's got to say. In the meantime, I'm going to take a look, see if there is any other new updates. I'm not really seeing anything. Media is out there. Nothing's really popping off. Nothing's going on the live scanner. I'm not seeing any activity on the flight radar. So it's just a slow news day for the news that's right now. So it's a good chance for us to get caught up on all the news that comes out overnight, because really every time we're doing a show, we have so much prep for the show and we never end up using the prep because there's always new stuff that's coming out. So we can at least there's some good stuff, like especially with this TMZ stuff and this new letter that came out. There's some wild stuff in that. So we got to get to that soon too. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for hanging out late night, Rosee. Appreciate your late night. It's our early afternoon, but it's Rosee's late night. So thank you for pushing through. And
You're welcome.
I'll try and hurry up some of this stuff too.
That the other cameras can be done the same with, but we have not heard. We know they were submitted.
I'm just rewinding a second, just so we're not starting.
Get that. They handle it. They deal with it. They got some of it back. What you saw, that one video, that's key. That front door video was so key to us. We're hopeful that the other cameras can be done the same with, but we have not heard. We know they were submitted, I think, to Google, and Google said, we'll try our best, but we've not heard back.
A neighbor, you put out an alert yesterday asking people to recheck all their security cameras, even their car cameras, because Teslas, for example, have recordings. You asked everybody to check from January 1st until February 2nd, which is
good afternoon, Miriam. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
There has been video that has emerged from January 23rd, and this is from a home about 6 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. It shows a man on the front step at about 5 a.m. Are you investigating this, and do you know whether it's related?
Well, that's obvious.
So we
don't know if it's
like
related.
you suggest, a lot of video to go through, and this is one of them that we were alerted to, and we're looking at it. I allow the team, my team, the FBI team, those men and women who do the work, they take this as it is nothing more than a lead, just like other leads. And they're taking it and they'll do everything they can to work with it and see, does it tie into ours? Right now, the belief is not really, but we're not dismissing it. We're still looking into it.
And you also asked for a specific date. I believe it was January 11th for neighbors to search. Why that date?
Well, I'm not real sure about all that with dates. I know we think of a search pattern. We come in, we fly over, we have ground troops, we do a search.
He's bringing up a search pattern which has never been done. Let me use an example. A search pattern.
Yeah,
why has it not been done?
He's also just being really weird.
Dude, you are not reading the room. That is the wrong metaphor or example you want to use to explain something. You're going to use a search pattern when there's not been any searches yet. This is a great interview. Let me like this real quick. This guy is just spitting out a bunch of BS. I'm sorry. It is. It's what it is. It's nothing but just nothing. But she's pissed. You can tell.
Search pattern. We come back the next day and we look at it. Did we miss anything? And we kind of go over it again. And once we feel good about that, we expand that search pattern. The same with dates, time frames. Did we limit ourselves when we said we want to know what happened between the 1st of February and the 2nd of February, or the 31st of January and the 1st of February? Maybe, but we know that there's more info out there. So we're
this guy's a fool.
Expanding it.
He talks
is
too
January
much.
11th a specific date with specific ties to it? I don't know that. I allow my team to work, and they trust me. They do tremendous work.
That's what you'd be hearing at a press conference right here.
Are you still?
That's what you'd be hearing at a press conference right here. My team, I let my team do the work, and I don't know yet. That's basically, and I'm gonna say a bunch of stuff just to make it,
Yeah.
filler like Taco Bell.
All he needed to say was, "I don't know. I really
Just,
don't know."
yeah, just give us meat, Taco Bell. Quit giving us this rice mixture with cracker shit. It's not. Where's the beef? We want the meat, not the crackers.
Treating this case as a
No filler.
kidnapping,
No filler.
or are you also treating this as a possible homicide?
So, yes, it's definitely a kidnapping. As for a homicide, we are working under the belief that she's still out there somewhere. The family believes that. I believe that. Why would we think otherwise? There's people say, well,
If the family believes that, so this is a serious question. Okay. Remember when Savannah came out with the last video she did with her brother and sister?
Mhm.
Because the other one she did by herself. So the last one that Savannah did with her brother and sister, she talked about celebrating with their mom. So it led people to believe, even myself, we know that they're very religious. Religious people celebrate when people transition to heaven. So we assumed, because she said this is very important to us. She didn't mention her mom. She just said this is very important to us. We will pay you. This is hard for us. We want to have her back so we can celebrate. Celebrate her is what she said. Celebrate her. So that okay, they think that she might not be with us anymore. It's a legitimate thought because of all the factors that are involved. So why is he telling us that the family believes she's still alive? So if the family does believe that she's still alive, well then what does the celebration comment mean? And what does that interview mean then? Because she didn't even say my mom or our mom. She said this. She referred to the situation in that video as this is very
Yeah.
important to us.
Yeah. Another thing that I don't really like so much about what he just said is that they believe she's alive, and why would they think otherwise? I think that there are a few reasons to think otherwise, and I, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. I mean, because day 14 alone with an 84-year-old, but
There are reasons to think otherwise, and I think him saying that is probably just some kind of another one of his tactics at sort of
gaslights.
just deflecting the question, because he doesn't know. He doesn't have anything to report on it, and
Another failure of reading a room.
yeah, he's not good at it. It's not, like I said in the beginning, I don't know what he's like as a person, but as a sheriff, I don't know. I don't know.
Really good at not reading the room, and that means that you don't have the empathy for the family. If you can't read the room and you make a comment like that, then it means you don't have empathy for the family. If you think that she's alive, I mean, I don't even see the urgency in his actions or voice. I don't see the seriousness of the nature of day 13, day 14 in his eyes, in his voice. I don't hear it. I don't see it. I see that ego, that everything's fine and everybody's doing good and we just need to keep going. That's and that can be a fault, especially in an investigation, because then that can take away motivation.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he has any.
No, I'm not even sure what he is motivated by at this point. He is very strange. I'm just gonna say that.
At least he got his hair trimmed up, because it was looking pretty, Grizzly Adams type. Like, it was like, damn, man, you look like you just walked out of a cave. All right. Let's see. Let's see what else he says.
Well, there's no proof of life. Well, there's no proof of death either. Sometimes hope is all we've got. I've got a team of 400 officers out there from the state, the feds, the locals. They're working hard, not just for they're 24/7.
Yeah.
And they're out there right now as we speak. And they need to have that hope too. And they do.
In cases like this, it is standard protocol. Investigators first start with the small circle of immediate family and very close friends and eliminate them and then work their way out. Have you completely eliminated any member of the Guthrie family?
I will say this. I don't believe you eliminate anybody ever, because take the gentleman in Rio.
Really? So you don't eliminate the forensic investigators? Like, come on.
No,
You-
he's
you
just trying
do
to
a-
not answer.
You do eliminate people. You can eliminate
you do.
people from a crime. Like, what do you mean ever? Never, ever? Ever, ever.
Mm. Yeah, no, he's going with that typical everybody's a suspect kind of narrative. But in all honesty, like the more I listen to him speak, the more I think that he's just trying to find a way to not answer the question, and that's another one of them. Everything he says, you can just convert into yes, but no, but also yes and no. So
Yeah, I heard that too, that he had fired or lost a majority of the veteran officers that were working under him.
oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah, they got tired of his shit. Unpredictable, explosive, and ego-driven. That's what I'm seeing. You can see it in his facial expression. You know, certain people, when they have tendencies like that, it's like everybody's their own unique person, but when people are certain ways, they all have like cookie cutter type tendencies.
Mm.
And that's how you recognize that's how you recognize it. And so that's what I do see. Unpredictable, explosive, and ego-driven. That's probably why he doesn't do many press conferences, because he would probably end up, I mean, I don't know the guy, but I can probably say, and let me know if this is true, Key, I can probably say that the dude has probably snapped at a press conference in the past. Honestly, I can almost guarantee it that he has probably snapped on a press conference before. Just because of that. He had approximately 2,000 employees. Holy sh! He eliminates investigators all the time. Why? Because they challenge his methods or something. I mean, his methods ain't very good. If my first thing is instantly grid ground search. Instantly. Number one, as soon as I show up, check for all security footage. What all spots would cover what. So then I have a map of the whole area, knowing what camera covers what direction and where. You know what I mean? Number one, security. Number two, grid ground search. Automatic. Right away that morning. Automatic. One team starting the grid ground search, the other team going out, finding out what cameras are where, what directions they're recording. And then I have a complete map of that whole neighborhood that shows me, okay, if they could have snuck around this backyard and it ventured over to this spot and then maneuvered over, you know what I mean? Like fires them for his reasonings at the time. Yeah. 2016 huge blow up. Well, yeah, we did see that. We did see that. He's like, and he better. It's like, I mean, but listen, if I was in the same situation, I'd probably be upset too. Like, look, you need to come out and say that this shit, you know. But yeah, please hit the like if you're not. Or if you're not subscribed, please subscribe too. All right, let's see what else he has to say. We got to get to this TMZ stuff real quick too.
Rico, where we went and did a search warrant.
Right.
We talked to him. We felt comfortable with what he said. We checked into his story, and we felt like, okay, maybe there's not. But you don't know that, because what if the stuff we sent to the lab comes back and says, hey, you have Nancy's DNA here. So you can't really ever eliminate anybody. What we do is we chase that lead down to an end and go, is this it? Are we satisfied? As for the family, and this is really key to me, and the media and those on social media need to understand this. You don't know the harm you do when you accuse somebody of something without any facts.
Right.
And this family is suffering. They are grieving, and they have done nothing but cooperate with us all the way, every step of the way.
That's the shameful
my heart
part
goes
of it.
out to them. Have they been eliminated? Like I say, nobody's ever eliminated until we find who we're looking for. That video, someone knows who that is. That's who we need. We need somebody to tell us this is who this man is.
And very quickly, you brought
That's very whoa, what's going on here? That's very telling.
the
I'll get to that in a
glove
second.
that was found about 2 miles away. Do you think that glove was dropped by whoever took Nancy Guthrie?
I think he was telling us.
Well, every piece of evidence, just like every clue, is vital. And I would never tell my community, oh, don't bother us with that. Don't bother. But that glove was 2 miles away.
Thank you.
We prioritize it. We look at it. We'd be crazy not to go and pick that up and look at it. But since then, we've had reports of gloves being found 5-10 miles away. We still go out there and grab those, and we look into it, and we prioritize it and prepare it for processing of evidence.
But you haven't discovered whether or not Nancy Guthrie's DNA was on that glove.
The glove was sent for DNA, and that's all I know right
You're
now.
still waiting. I'm sure if her
2
DNA
weeks,
was on
bro.
that, Sheriff, you
Give
would
it
have
to
been
the
the first
FBI.
person to get that phone call.
So.
Do you have any doubt you're going to solve this case? Do you have any doubt we're ever going to know what happened?
No, I have complete trust in my team. This is a team of young men and women, and now we have several teams of young men and women who do this every day. I would put their work up against anybody. Their homicide rate solvency is probably closest to 100% of any city this size. We're going to solve this. We're going to find this person, and we're going to find Nancy.
That's concerning to me when your homicide solve rate is close to 100%. That means you're fudging your homework, yo.
Mm-hmm.
You're fudging your homework. I wonder if the FBI is going to investigate the sheriff's office department for
Oh my goodness.
close to 100%. You out of your damn mind. That's like somebody getting a triple double for the whole year. Like that shit
Yeah.
might happen once in a while, but it come on now. 100%, almost 100%.
No, I agree with you. There is
It's kind of,
fudging.
it's like when I was working on the Micah Miller case, and I was up in Lumber River State Park, and the majority of their unknown deaths are ruled suicides, which is freaking ridiculous.
That's
It
not
it was
normal.
the majority of death was suicide, and it's like, and I had locals telling me like, you don't know where you're at. They label this shit as suicide because it gets swept under the rug. They don't want to know who did it. You know, it's like sometimes they're involved. Well, yeah, that happens. That's crazy. Close to 100%. That says like somebody's fudging their homework, man. But the interesting thing I wanted to bring up, okay, so before we switch, and I'm going to switch back to this, as you can see, nothing is going on out on location there. Let me go ahead and put this up and go show some love over there as we kind of talk about this. But Sheriff Nanos, when she asked Sheriff Nanos about the family being a suspect, I thought what he said was very interesting and very telling at the same time. He said, he first started off saying, you know, about the whole nobody ever is, is removed as a potential suspect, right? So he's basically like putting it out there like, look, I can't answer the question, but I'm going to tell you that basically nobody is excluded, which is a joke. We all know that's a joke. But he's putting that out there, right? So there's the first signal, right? He can't tell you, but he's telling you. And let me explain a little further. So he's already laying out the blanket. Nobody's excluded, even if they are. Okay. So he's telling you that, number one. Number two, then he goes and talks about how it's wrong to falsely accuse a family member when they are grieving and going through the grieving process. There's part of your other answer, right? So he's telling you, without telling you, that the son-in-law is not a suspect or a person of interest. Clip that, StreamYard.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. And I mean, I think we're long past that. I know a lot of people are still going on about the son-in-law. I think we're long past it, honestly.
I felt bad too, because when it was first being reported from Ashley Banfield and we heard the sheriff's office say, listen, we haven't said this person is a person of interest even.
Mhm.
That's when I'm like, dude, because I know, because I have turned stuff over to the agencies. I've handed stuff over where somebody got raided. JP Miller handed stuff over to the agencies. Part of that leads to a raid. There's shit that I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. My own eyes, not even shared it because I don't want to fuck some, because hell, you never know. Like, if it's just my eyes that see it, my eyes only, I know that somebody maybe a year down the road who could get pissed off or something, then all of a sudden leaks the shit. You know what I mean? So it's like my eyes only. And I know what to say and what not to say. And I know what to keep quiet until shit's done. And then I can show it. Because I have the documents too. Still do. So I can show it whenever it's done. But it's stuff like that. Like, yes, you get information, but you don't fucking share it if it's going to affect an investigation that is going to bring justice for the particular victim that you're trying to get justice for. Whether you're out there investigating, whether you're reporting, it doesn't matter what facet you are involved in. You keep your mouth shut about certain things, because if you don't, it does affect the justice for this victim. And so with Ashley, okay, maybe he was a suspect, but if it's not being put out, don't effing put it out there, because you're making their job even harder, because the reason they probably didn't put it out there is because they needed it not to be out there, so that way that person's guard is down and they can get closer to finding where the victim is. But at the same time, now he's telling you, without telling you, that he isn't a person of interest. That's why they never made him a person of interest. And so that reporting is very dangerous, because the first time we heard it, we don't know what mental situation those two were going through. We don't know. I mean, they're going through a lot right now. And then we
Right.
don't know the mental situation he could have been going through prior to this, or Annie. We don't know, and we don't know what they're capable of. And it could have been a tragedy, because think about this. Remember when that girl went missing from Hawaii and she ended up running off to frickin' Mexico, but she wasn't telling any of her family for like 2 weeks, and everybody was looking for her, and her dad was so filled with grief, he did this to himself.
Yeah, I remember.
You know what I'm saying? This stuff happens. And so when you want to play games, Ashley, and you want to put something out there because you want to get all the views and the attention, and F that. There's stuff that goes way beyond your own selfish desires when it comes to keeping information quiet. And we could have literally had the situation where this person could have done something to himself and his wife, or the wife could have done something to him and herself. And next thing you know, we're dealing with another tragedy that's connected to another tragedy, all because some reporter wanted to have diarrhea of the mouth. So with this interview, I don't know, what do you think, Rosee? To me, that sheriff was telling us without telling us 2 times in what he said that none of the family are persons of interest. What do you think? Is that what you took away from it, or do you feel something different? Because my opinion is my opinion.
No, I feel the same about what he said, and I think that on top of that, I think that he has a lot of frustration about what happened, and
I would too.
I understand that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that the family is involved. Based on everything that we know and have seen so far, it just doesn't seem like it's where their attention is. And I think that despite all of his flaws, I think he does have genuine concern about that rumor and that sort of thing getting out of hand for the sake of the family. I think he does.
I think he does too. I mean, you could hear, like, he first, the nobody's excluded. He's basically saying, look, I can't tell you, but I'm covering a blanket over everybody I'm about to talk about. I'm throwing that blanket over everybody I'm about to discuss. Number one, just because I don't come out and say it doesn't mean it's not what the real is. And then he brought in the family and how they're already grieving and how you shouldn't do, which you shouldn't. And really, like, you can hamper the investigation. Like, listen, we could have been dealing with another tragedy because this guy's like, and look at what social media was doing, his bandmates even. You know what I'm saying? I even got upset about that when people are pulling up the bandmates and comparing the photos between the bandmates and the guy. It's like, dude, that could be the way that they feed their children is their gigs. Like, what are you doing? So now they can't go out and play music because they're afraid somebody's going to think that they're the ones that did it and come in and take justice in their own hands. And so they can't even go out and perform, which is the only way that they could feed their children. Like, what the F are people doing, man? It's so sick out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And to this day, they haven't let it go. They're still putting pictures of the son-in-law next to the suspect from the porch. Like, you can clearly see it's not.
It's not that hard. Yeah, like, look at the damn eyebrows, man. Like, you even had the person drawing thick ass eyebrows on them, and it's like, what where? That's where you start your drawing, is the little thin eye, like, and you're making. I bet my house and my car. Really? It's horrible. Like, let's just be real. We're looking at all these damn photos, and it's like, look at it's the easiest thing to look at. The damn eyebrows. You don't have to sit there and go, oh, are the eyes the same direction? Oh, what about the eyebrows? It's so simple. It's right out there. It's there. You see it. It's easily, and it's not like they can grow the eyebrows thick the next day. Like, it's the easiest way to discover if somebody is legitimately looking like that. Sherman's mom, thank you so much for being a new sub. Appreciate you checking out the channel. My first impression of this man was, I wonder how many marriages the sheriff had. How many times he's been divorced and he's probably been single most of his life. You know what I mean? He'll be like, yeah, I just play the field, but really the field just plays him, right?
Oh, it plays him. Shame.
Yeah. He has the ego thinking he's out there playing the field, but really the field just plays him. I differ a bit on interpretation, but don't agree about leaving clicks and views out of it. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he's not. I've said he looks suspicious to me, but I'm not going off of, when it comes to somebody being a person of interest, like especially if I'm going to include bandmates and shit. Listen, I'm not going to say I didn't look, because I did. I did. When the photos came out, I admitted it on my show. When the photos came out, I did compare it, but I'm not doing a live stream on it. I'm not putting out a video on it. I'm not even saying like, yep, this is the suspect, like any of that stuff. But did I? Obviously, yes, I do. I did it in the background when it first came out. I did check, because you have to. But I wasn't doing a live stream about it, or we didn't have a segment in the show where I'm showing
Yeah,
these
of
people's
course.
Facebook accounts, and because that's you just have to be a little more responsible about it, because it's, what if it was you? What if
Yeah.
it was you? That would suck. What if that was your only way to feed your children, was to go out and do your gigs, and now you got to find the way you've been able to make it and survive this whole time. Now you got to figure out a different way, because of nothing that you even did. Just because you play in the same band with the dude that his mother was kidnapped or abducted, and you're just trying to be a supportive friend, and now you're getting backlash for being the person that helped, when you're just like, damn, I'm just trying to be a good dad or
Yeah.
parent to my
Yeah.
children. So yeah, it's just crazy. How much time do you got with us, Rosie? We can get to the Harvey Levin stuff real quick, or I know it's
I was supposed to go already, but
oh,
how long is the Harvey Levin stuff?
well, the Harvey Levin is 9 minutes. I'll just shut my mouth and let it play.
No.
And no, for real, because like I said, it's conversation. That's why I love us. If it's a slow news day, we got a bunch of updates to go through. There's a few of them, and hopefully
Let's
we'll
do it.
have some news today. But there's some things I do want to go through. Quick things that I want to go through before we watch that Brian Entin episode. But yeah, let's go through this real quick, and we'll listen to what Harvey has to say. This is about uh, a case invoking the Zodiac Killer saga. Wait a minute, that's not the video. That was. Hold on. Public. Where is the? Hold on. It's probably down farther in this playlist that I put together today. Wait a minute. Where's it at? Was it on Twitter? Maybe it was on Twitter. Hold on. Where did I see it at? I remember watching it. Well, maybe he'll talk about it in this one. I can't remember where I watched it at. I thought maybe it was Fox.
Let's bring in.
Do you remember
moment,
where it
TMZ
was?
founder Harvey Levin, once again, a hub of understanding.
Do you remember? I remember seeing it and him talking about it. I can't remember. There's so many freaking videos. I can't remember what.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning it, and I do remember you saying that you saved it when we were discussing the show.
Hold on, let me check one. The sheriff has been in trouble before. Board of Supervisors. Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to, the FBI. Let me see what. Yeah, no, I guess it's got to be in this playlist. I don't know. I'll play this and I'll look for it, because I'm pretty sure I put it in this playlist.
Help me understand what I just told people about the sequence of what you've gotten and any distinctions you see among them.
Well, I'm focused on two things. Because I agree with you. I mean, he's from the Tucson area. There's just no doubt. I am focused on two things. This ransom note is, I will put it to you this way, Chris. The FBI is keenly interested in this ransom note, and I know this. Keenly interested in it. So the question then is, you know, you're right. How does he, you know, they're not really showing proof of life as far as we know. And the money has not been deposited. So why is it being ignored if they seem to be acting as if this is real? I can't answer that question. I am perplexed by it. But when you take that ransom note, which I believe the FBI has good reason to think it may well be real, then you look at these other emails we've been receiving, 3 of them this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, from a man who says he knows who this kidnapper is. We got our
So wait, Harvey, help me understand something. The ransom note is separate. You don't believe it's from the same guy. Then you get 3 emails. You think those 3 are from the same guy.
I know the ransom note stands on its own. Separately, we have received 3 emails from the same person. And I know that because in each of those 3, there is a very specific Bitcoin address that we've been checking. So these 3 are coming from the same person. Wednesday, the person wanted $50,000 in return for the name of the kidnapper. Said it's going to be his last contact. Yesterday, he made a similar demand, got a little more specific. At about noon today, Pacific time, we got a third. And the third is interesting. And I will tell you, the FBI is interested in
Okay,
this.
here we go. This is it. This is it.
So, and we've given it to them.
This is it.
So the ransom has now gone up to $100,000.
Check this
and
out.
It's gone up because this person knows that the FBI has doubled the reward. The person begins by saying, look to the FBI, I don't trust you and you don't trust me. So I'm going to go through TMZ because I don't really trust you at all. So he wants the $100,000, but he wants it his way. And the way he wants it is he wants a fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000 immediately deposited in his account. And in return, he says he will, and this is a quote, he will immediately provide the name of the main individual along with his information for you to track. So I guess we can stop and talk about what does he mean by main individual, because by definition, he's suggesting more than one person is involved.
Yep.
That's the first time he's said something
There's more.
like this
There's
in
more.
any of the 3 notes that we've received.
There's more.
The second, then he goes on to say that he will not touch that initial $50,000 payment until an arrest is made. And once there is an arrest, he would expect the FBI in good faith to deposit the additional $50,000 in Bitcoin. He says, and I think this is interesting, he is gambling both for his safety and his possible freedom. When you say possible freedom, it's almost as if he's saying,
getaway
I'm kind of
driver,
close to the flame,
yeah,
and maybe they're going to try and implicate me. At least that's the way I read it.
Getaway driver.
And then the last thing he says, and I'll actually read from the note, he says that the manhunt of the main individual that can give you all the answers, be prepared to go international.
See what I'm saying? Now, this is what this is what I heard overnight. Okay. This is what I heard overnight. This is, oh, shoot. Where'd you go? This is what I heard overnight. This is what I heard overnight. This is what made me wake up this morning and go, yeah, I can see this being real. Do you see how when you hear that information, right? This is why I think that it's real, because the pressure is getting to them. They know that they're probably on their trail, you know. They're probably getting close to me. They probably realize that. But the key part to take away from this is that they said they will not deposit the first $50, so, or 50,000. So right away, deposit $50,000 into this account immediately. And this is what we need to pay attention to, I won't deposit the money until there is an arrest of this individual. So this isn't some I need the money real quick, because they don't even have to say that. They don't have to say, "Listen, I'm not gonna deposit it until there's an arrest." That is that person's way of saying, "Look, this is my
Mhm.
insurance to you that I'm telling you the truth. This is my insurance to you. I'm trying to help." This person's trying to help. My insurance to you in good faith is I'm not going to deposit that because really I'm not supposed to get that 100,000 until this person is apprehended, right? And
Mhm.
is found to have been connected to the crime. That's how you get the reward. So this person is saying, look, as in good faith, for you to trust me that I'm telling you the truth, I am going to say that I won't even deposit the money until there's an arrest. Now, another thing that adds more validity to this story is I could see, before I couldn't see, to me, it was like random BS. I see a getaway driver being the one that is reaching out doing this. You know,
Mhm.
and he's probably getting accused because listen, the more these days go on and the more it's like, look, I know who it is. I'm not the main source, blah, blah, blah. But it could be the girlfriend. It literally could be the girlfriend. And if you're dealing with somebody that's already international, which, hello, Mexico, it's right there next. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
let's be real. Um, to me, that says the person is telling us when you're thinking, remember the 6 hour, the 6 hour diameter
Mhm.
of how long it would take.
Yeah.
What's in 6 hours? Mexico. I
Mhm.
bet you she was taken over there right away because the government officials have a hard time going to Mexico in order to investigate crimes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that gives you a buffer zone too. Now, they said that they will name the main individual and all of the information to track them. So they are I'm I just feel like, look, I'm not going to deposit the money until you have an arrest. That's my good faith to you because you don't know if I'm being honest or not. And there's no way that I can tell you or show you that I'm being honest other than telling you, look, I won't deposit the money until you arrest this person. That's me telling you I'm being honest. The only way that I can tell you. To me, it sounds like a girlfriend, a spouse, somebody that was around. Could have been not even the getaway driver. It could have been somebody that was around the planning of this.
Yeah.
Somebody. And because they were around and didn't say anything, you become part of this criminal activity, and that's what they're afraid of. So it can be anybody from a waiter that was at a restaurant that heard a conversation in a special club and they know that they're not supposed to say anything. And it could be all the way up to the person that maybe went and checked out the property a couple times, or somebody that went with the person that showed up on the camera, or literally it could even be the person that committed it still, because you can send somebody on a goose, hey, go check out this guy, and you arrest him, you can still get an arrest, but then that doesn't mean that they're
Yeah.
100% guilty of it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different things that can take place. But to me, after what we learned last night, or what Harvey learned last night with what we just heard, to
Mhm.
me, everything makes sense that this person does seem legitimate to me now, and I've been feeling that they were fake this whole time. I feel that they are being honest, and whether they're the ones that did it or not, who knows? It could be somebody just gaslighting that part, but I really feel like this is legitimate. Like, and when you're talking about Mexico, you can get the medication for the mother very easily down in Mexico, considering here in the United States. So if they were able to stop the bleeding, if they were able to get her to a location where the medical equipment can be used and the medicine can be administered and she can be, you know what I'm saying, kept in a healthy state. That's very good news. And it makes you wonder now if this really was some kind of cartel stuff, because at first we were thinking cartel because of the 4 million, the 5 million, the 6 million ransom demands. It makes you wonder, you know, you're crossing the border right away, the humongous ransom demand. To me, that does speak of this, you know, of cartel, but and the effectiveness of it, you can't even find out where they're located. You're talking international laws which hamper FBI investigations when it comes to getting information. So this stuff could be very well, that could be part of their cloak and why the FBI isn't able to find out where they're at, because they're not even in this country. They're in another country, and there's international laws that are tied in with digital and, you know, evidence and all that stuff, and being able to access it or not. So those could all be legitimate. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's already in Mexico. What does that change your what we just heard? Does that change your mind?
I feel differently.
Oh, sorry. StreamYard cut you out again. Sorry. You feel differently, and then what? I want to hear everything that you have to say. I'm very interested.
No. I mean, I do feel differently just from hearing that. It's kind of like based on everything that you said earlier. Like, I do kind of understand it now, but I feel like it's interesting that this person is saying that they don't trust the FBI, but they want to communicate with the FBI, but they want to do it through TMZ.
Okay.
That
you know
is,
why? This is why. This is why. Because you know what's going to happen when this person comes out and gives the tip? There's still an investigation that has to take place. It's why a lot of females that are getting abused from their husbands or boyfriends or whatever, why they have a hard time turning them in, is because the time it takes between them getting in trouble for it, you know what I'm saying? That time period, they can lose their life. That's what, you know, and that's what keeps a lot of females from coming forward when it comes. So you have to look at it in a similar situation. Like, look, I can come forward, but they're going to find me. And even if you got me safe, it doesn't mean my family's going to be safe. And if you're dealing with people that can commit a crime where the FBI can't even trace them, you can go and take out my family and the same thing can happen. They're not going to be able to trace you for that either. I could see that being the reason why they don't want to go to law enforcement. They want to give the information. Now, screw the $55K. This is somebody's life. And so you're putting $55,000 minimum on Nancy's value of her life, and that's wrong. The person, I don't know what situation they're in, if it's real. I don't know what situation they're in, why they need that, but if it's for their safety, I get it. But at the same time, you have to look at it like this. If you wouldn't have put yourself in that situation in the first place, then you wouldn't have been dealing with what you're dealing with right now. And so you have to look at it as, you know what? I shouldn't have been here in the first place. I was part of this lady getting abducted. It's my job to supply the information. And if something happens to me, that's part of the game, because of the game that I played in the first place.
Yeah. And I understand that as well. No, I get what you're saying there. And I think that's part of kind of what bothers me about this person. But from hearing all of that, I do actually believe them more. It is much more convincing from the third letter, I must say. And the fact that what I was going to say is the fact that they don't trust the FBI with this, but they still want that reward money, kind of makes it seem more convincing. It kind of makes it seem
It's
it
minimal.
adds
It's like,
to
yeah, it's minimal.
yeah,
It's not the millions.
and yeah, they're going with the reward amount. They're not trying to exceed it. They're saying that this is
Right.
what you're offering, this is what I deserve, but I'm not okay with the method of it. But I still want to participate in what you're offering. And that makes it feel real. Because they could say, I really know what happened and I'm going to exceed the reward amount. I'm in control here. I'm the one who's basically writing my own plea deal and I want to change the amount. But they're not doing that. They're honoring the amount.
Well, this is what I don't understand. Why isn't this person reaching out to TMZ and saying, don't include this in your broadcast and only keep this between you and the FBI, but give me or like, I want to create some kind of communication with the FBI so they can put me in witness protection. But maybe that right there, all of a sudden you disappear and then your buddies are like, where'd the hell Jimmy go? Oh, Jimmy snitched. Let's go to his mom's house real quick. I could see, I mean,
also, if they've participated in what these people can do, that'll add to the fear of it because they've seen who's on the receiving end. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just it's just I don't know. I just feel like, look, like I said, you play in the dirt, you get dirty sometimes. That's part of what comes along with playing in the dirt. Like, that's what you have to accept when you do that kind of shit. Like, look, I'm living life this way and this is what can come with it. You have to accept it, right?
Yeah.
So accept it. Like, you fucked up.
Yeah, and like you've already said, at the end of the day, they are using Nancy's abduction as a way out. They're not just trying to tell the truth.
Yeah.
They're seeing the opportunity of it and just going with that for themselves.
Yeah, which honestly, accept karma. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you wanted to play in the dirt. Sometimes you get dirty. You got dirty this time. It's it's part of the game. If you want to play the game, you can't just play the certain parts that you want to. You have to play the whole game. And that's part of the whole game.
Yeah.
So they just need to, I'm pretty sure like this person, could try and, like through Harvey, figure out a way to have direct contact with the FBI, and they can figure out a way to get this person in witness protection. And within a couple hours, you already have this person arrested and apprehended, and you bring them in and questioning them and everything like that. And that's before they would even know that you disappeared. Like it could be literally that same night. As soon as you give them this information, they could literally go get it done real quick. And, so it's like, that's one thing that I still don't understand is why, as much as it's being used as a trust me kind of thing, why are we holding a $55,000 to $100,000 price on Nancy's life if you really are trying to help? To me, it sounds like you're going to get caught. It went farther than what you guys planned it did. You're going to get caught, and you want to try and save face before the reality of justice comes knocking on your door. And you want to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah.
You want to, like, you're just worried about yourself. And you have to you have to approach it that way to do that kind of activity. You can't have a conscience and do that activity. You can't feel bad for people when you do that stuff. So otherwise you can't do what you're doing. But you know, it's nice you want to help, but you know, the ransom person, it's as simple as getting you know, because TMZ can hook you up with a contact. You know, they will figure out a way that you can have contact, and you know, and they can get you in there. You know, especially if it's all true, and the whole $100,000 bounty is horrible. That's happening. The U.S. Mexico, the ports of handle. Yeah, I mean we've heard the reports of like there's so much of the border down there that doesn't even have an actual border. Yeah, it's wild. So there's a ton of spots. You know, you got Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California, especially in Texas, where a lot of the farmland is getting taken over from these organizations because they're literally just crossing the damn border because there's nothing to stop them. And there's some spots where there's a wall and there's sensors and all that other stuff, but there is a lot of that border that is not protected with sensors, lights, fences, or nothing. And that's how these people are coming in, and they're going in, and they're obviously at gang activities, and they're going in there and they're taking over these farmers' homes and forcing them to give them their land so then they can set up operations to funnel people because now it's their property, right?
Yeah.
And the farmers and they're just trying to, you know, they're in a hard spot because a lot of them end up staying around and living there and just doing what the people tell them to do because they've had this land in their family for generations and they can't even think about just giving it up because,
So
you know, for
hostages.
Right. Yeah. There's so many spots along this border, and it's because of our lack political shit on the border and the shit that we offer. Like, it's pretty bad when somebody can come over here illegally and get better shit than I can get as an American citizen from this country. Isn't it bullshit? But anyway, that's what you're dealing with. So yeah, the holes are huge, and those with property on the border don't have much to keep them protected. It's sad.
Yeah, it's terrible.
There's so many routes along this border from Texas to New Mexico to Arizona, California, not so much, but Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, humongous. You could, yeah, like Busby says, you literally can walk and you don't see a fence. You're one step you're in Mexico, next you're in Texas, and you can look for miles each way and not see a fence or a border or a sensor or a light or even a truck with an agent. And they're just able to walk through. And then you got an old mom and pop that's had this ranch for 3 generations, and they're just coming in and forcing them to be their slaves. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I did not know that. That is heartbreaking because, like you say, a lot of them have been there for generations, and it's all they know, right?
Right. It's their family. It's like, you know, how would you feel if your great grandfather and great grandmother and it was handed down to you after generation? There's memories and all of these things tied in, and there's an honor. There's an honor to keep the tradition growing that your grandfather and great grandmother started. It's an honor for you to continue the legacy of your future generations to continue. You know, they suffered for us, and now I'm suffering for my future, and this happens. You know, that's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's like somebody like buying a brand new Dodge Viper, and they get smashed. You know, like it's your fault, but if you don't have full coverage on it, but they get smashed from somebody that doesn't have insurance. This is why I'm so hard on people in Police Simulator, Rosie, when they don't have insurance, because I'm like, you're getting towed no matter what, because I've had it happen to me. For real. I was 16 years old. Yes, I was 16 years old. I was sitting at a stoplight, and the car that was driving up behind me and I saw it as soon as I looked up, because my natural reaction was like, holy crap, this car's going to hit me. Bam. Okay. I'm sitting at a stoplight, and this person behind me, I was 16 years old. Person behind me, when I look up, I saw them putting on makeup in their rear view mirror. They hit me going 60 miles an hour. Straight up 60 miles an hour, and I was at a dead stop, and they ran into the back end of my car and fucked me up. They didn't have insurance. You know what? I tried to sue because the daughter, the one that hit me, didn't have insurance, so I tried to sue the dad. The dad filed bankruptcy. You know what happened to me? I had to pay for all my medical expenses, new vehicle, and everything else out of my own pocket.
Yeah.
So that is why I have such a problem with people that don't have insurance on Police Simulator. Your ass is getting towed right away. No question. But it's kind of like the same thing. You go out, you buy this vehicle. Maybe you couldn't get full coverage on it yet, but you're excited to go take it for a spin. Somebody that doesn't have insurance rams into you. All of a sudden, of no fault of your own, you lost a whole lot of stuff. And it's kind of the same situation. No fault of your own, you lose a lot. And it's not a good situation to be in. It's the West. You got to be tough, vigilant. Yeah, I mean, it's the land of cowboys, and it has always been since we ventured off into the West and yonder. It's always been that wild desert area, but at the same time, there is a border, and it's not like we're going to other countries just showing up saying, hey, we didn't do the proper paperwork, but we're here to enjoy the meals. Like they'd be like, no, you're getting the F out of here. But wait,
Right.
but no, this isn't America. We just don't let this shit happen.
I'm sorry to laugh.
No, they get you the F out. They don't play. Just like so why do we? But anyways, all right, let's go here. I know you got to go here pretty soon.
I have to go. I have to be up in a few hours, and it's late. It's late.
I appreciate you hanging out, and thanks for hanging out on the shows. The last couple days too, with all the time that you've been spending on here too. So appreciate you very much for hanging out. I hope you have a good night's sleep, a good day. Again, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Oh, it's not wait, is it still Valentine's Day?
It's still Valentine's Day for a little bit.
Just for a little bit. All right. Well, happy Valentine's Day to you, everybody else. We're going to go ahead and continue to get into some more of this stuff. But thanks for being in, and thanks for sticking around, especially for the Harvey stuff, because I really was curious what you thought about that. It's interesting stuff. To me, that's the most bombshell stuff that came out overnight. So
absolutely. Good night, everyone. Good night, CJ.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me see here. And don't let me catch you with damp raisins in that game. Exactly like the movie. I know that's a great movie too, isn't it? That's one of my favorite movies as a kid, is Young Guns running around with the rubber band guns, that Grandpa made on his wood saw. Shout out Grandpa. Made he even made the double shooters, Grandpa. He's passed, but shout out Grandpa for those amazing, because man, you really made me feel like I was in the movie of Young Guns with those rubber band guns. And they were so beautiful too, because like the edges were like sawed off to where they were like, rounded off, so there was no sharp edges to it. Even where you put your finger to hold it, like it was all sanded and smoothed, and even made a double shooter, and it was amazing. So shout out Grandpa. Love you. All right, so let's switch to the feed. This is the only one that I know that's going on, and there's really nothing going on. We got a feed of a guy taking a feed. So let's check that out real quick. Let me see here. Let's get this up there. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and shout him out. Yes, I love that movie. So again, nothing really much going on out here. I'm going to go ahead and while we're watching this, I'm going to take a look, see what other updates, if there is any. And if there isn't, then we're going to continue to go on with some of the other updates that came out last night. Specifically, we're going to move to Brian Entin's episode next because I really want to hear everything that Brian Entin has to say. Now, I'm not seeing any updates from the FBI, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, or Brian Entin. There is a TMZ episode that I do want to check out. Two Angry Men, but we might have to. I will retweet it. Okay, I'll drop my. Here, let me retweet that as well. I'll drop my handle and link for Twitter or X, I should say. And then anything that we do go through on the show or I do mention, I do retweet it. So if you want to just click on that and then you can retweet it yourself. And then it can be on your page. So then you can easily go through everything that we do go through on the show. But I do want to check out Mark Garagos and Harvey Levin, and they talk about the kidnapping case, the third email, the alleged name and location, and hinting at accomplices. And they kind of discuss, they're like connecting the dots. So I am going to, we'll check that one out maybe tonight or maybe at the end of the show today. I'm still not sure. I'm a little nervous about TMZ, to be honest with you, because I know people personally that really have not done anything wrong, and they were like TMZ hit the hell out of them and basically pretty much almost shut them down. So for nothing really. So I'm a little hesitant. I get a little nervous. I get a little nervous, watching some of the videos on YouTube from YouTube TMZ. That even makes me a little nervous. So we'll check that out in the future. That is a YouTube episode. It's about 30 minutes. I might, maybe we'll go through it before we end the show. Maybe we'll see. I do want to watch Brian Entin. Maybe we'll check that out afterwards. We'll definitely keep it just in case. Let me make sure I save it to my playlist. Okay, we're good there. No updates there. Let me give another round of a look over here. And it doesn't look like there is any. Let me see here. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Definitely check out our last couple episodes. I am going to be putting out a short form video on me breaking down how the theory got into the property, where they got into the property, and then also the video footage that I edited of the Nest camera and the different layers that show a picture of communication between a lookout and the person that was shown on the front door camera. Let me see here. So look for that to come out tonight. Suspect. So I'm not seeing any updates. Nope, there's no updates. All right, so we're going to go to, let me see here. Ooh, let's finish the rest of this Harvey Levin episode, and then we're going to go to that Brian Entin episode after this. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you, and hopefully you're staying safe.
To me, that can only mean Mexico. So again, I am not telling you, Chris, that this is authentic, that this is actually a person who knows the identity and location of the kidnapper.
Oh, nice.
But he has been persistent. He definitely has the attention of the FBI.
Thank you. Thank you.
And this is the latest what we got.
How crazy is it, Harvey, that while they can pull that video out of the metadata bin from some back alley of Google, you cannot find this guy. They can hide their emails. You know, in the old days, it used to be the ISP. They'd get the number, they'd go back to that desktop, and they were going to figure out who was using it. Now, they really can't find you.
Nope.
And crypto adds another layer of really, I mean, you put money in that account, you don't know who has the wallet. It's one of one. You know what I mean? There are no routing numbers. You know, there's no physical inventory anywhere. It's not like you can call a bank and say this guy works through you. It's really vexing.
I am so perplexed by this because it feels like, because, you know, I was in my 20s, it feels like the Zodiac Killer case where they just couldn't find any clue, and the guy was flirting with the media. And I thought we're now in a time where you can't hide from anything, that there are cameras everywhere.
Right.
There are ways to track people. There is DNA. And, you know, it's funny because I was thinking this is like the bonanza for Dateline, because there's so much evidence you can collect and create a show over because they're able to amass all of that. And yet this feels like a throwback 40 years ago. I feel exactly the same way.
It is crazy. It is crazy.
Technology works two ways. Now, I was saying when I came to you, you know, it's a sword and a shield. When that the guy looks to the layman like, oh boy, this guy really looks like he's dressed the part. But it's very identifiable clothing. I mean, even the jacket is drawing some attention, right?
So we have been spending the day looking for the type of jacket. We were able to identify the backpack pretty quickly. So we've been spending time on the jacket. So initially we thought it was an Aero Hex windbreaker, but we kept digging. We believe now that this is it's called an Athletic Works Fusion Knit Jacket. What is interesting about this is it's sold at Walmart. That backpack was also sold at Walmart. It has the same black horizontal stripe as the one that the kidnapper is wearing, same type of zipper. The material matches, the pockets match. So we have not confirmed this with law enforcement. I'm just telling you what we've done here all day. But it really looks like this Athletic Works Fusion Knit Jacket sells for $27 at Walmart. And the backpack was super inexpensive as well. But it's interesting the two of those items purchased at the same place.
You know, one other thing, Harvey, and I appreciate you. And, you know, I'm happy for you that TMZ is being used as a hub this way, and that you're being as responsible as you are with it. I think that's you're doing a service to the investigation and, frankly, to the media. How do you reconcile this guy acting like an ass clown, but also being so casual?
Damn, Cuomo.
And not in a rush and doesn't seem nervous.
Damn.
As he's doing something that should absolutely worry him. And yet he doesn't really seem to have a plan when he is there messing around on the porch. It is a very odd combination.
Yeah, I mean, look, I am puzzled by a lot here because, you know, if that ransom note is real, this is a smart, methodical man who is plotted this and really thought it through. When you read this ransom note, the person I'm seeing seems bumbling to me. See, I don't even see him as casual. I see him as bumbling.
Right.
The guy walks up to a door, not realizing that a lot of people have these cameras on their door. And he seems surprised. And he walks back, stoops down, grabs some bushes to try and shield the camera lens. That felt bumbling to me. And it doesn't align with a smart, tech-savvy type person, although he is covered from head to toe. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Harvey, you are the man of the moment. Thank you very much for helping us understand this. Look, hopefully it's all connected. Hopefully it leads somewhere.
Yeah, it's true. Like, that's what I said from the very beginning. This is like not even rookie level, man. It's not even rookie level. All right, let me see. Let me go to, let's see here. Public offers to pay money. Let's check this out real quick too. Public
Let's bring in
offers.
TMZ co-executive
Public offers to pay the money of the ransom man.
producer Charles Laudabaudiere now. Charles has been on several times as you've gotten these emails from a person claiming to know something. So what did this latest email say?
Yeah, you know, Elizabeth, this latest email is interesting because the guy, if he has information, it seems like he's looking to make a deal now with authorities. And it's all based on the fact that he, like the rest of the country, has observed that the FBI has doubled the reward from $50,000 to $100,000. He seems to think that they did that to discredit him because he was only asking for 1 Bitcoin, which is about $66,000. So he's saying now it's very clear that you, law enforcement, don't trust me. You don't believe that I have the information because you haven't given me the Bitcoin yet. And I don't trust you, he's saying, because I need to protect my anonymity because he fears retribution from someone, I would presume the kidnapper, if he gives up this information. So now the deal that he's offering is to get, he wants the full 100,000. He said, forget about 1 Bitcoin. I want that $100,000 reward that you're offering. And here's how we can do it in a way that we can have some trust. He's asking for $50,000 now in Bitcoin deposited into his Bitcoin account. And he will leave it there, he says, until an arrest is made. Once an arrest is made from the information that he gives them, so the order of operations here, you put in 50,000, I'll give you the information. Once you make an arrest with that information, then you put in the other 50,000, and only at that point would he take the money out. And that is the way he thinks that this should all play out. He says, look, you know I said the last time would be the last time you hear from me. This is it. He says, in fact, it says 3 strikes and you're out. So
Three
this is
strikes and you're out?
Yes.
This is
that's
his
what he
third
says.
email.
Yes, and this is his third email. He's basically
3
saying to the
strikes
police,
and you're
I've
out.
contacted you now 3 times through by emailing us.
Okay, did he say it, or is he basically? I don't want your assumption, bro. All right, hold on. 3 strikes and you're out. And yeah, that's a good question too, Busby. I wouldn't doubt it if those gloves were bought from, and the socks and underwear too, right?
Out. He says, look, you know I said the last time would be the last time you hear from me. This is it. He says, in fact, it says 3 strikes and you're out. So this
3
is
strikes and you're out?
yes.
This is
that's
his
what he
third
says.
email.
Yes, and this is his third email. He's basically saying to the police, I've contacted you now 3 times through by emailing us, and this will be the last time. If you don't give me the money this time, then you're never going to, what he's insinuating is you'll never hear from me, and therefore I'm never going to give you the information you need to solve this case.
Wow.
And apparently he also refers to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. What does he say?
He does, and you know, again, we have shared this this email, the full contents of it, and I'm not quoting directly here, but we've shared it with the FBI. There are things that we're not at liberty to say right now, but except to say that he does make a reference to her current status. And
That
I
she's
really can't say
alive?
anything more than that. I can't say what they've described here, just out of respect for the FBI and the ongoing investigation.
And the reason this person isn't calling the FBI tip line to collect the $100,000 is what?
He says it's about his, there are 3 things: his safety, his name, and possibly his freedom. He basically says, I'm not going to get up out there publicly in order to get your $100,000 reward. This is the way it has to be done because I have to protect my anonymity. He's clearly worried about retribution from the kidnapper, right? If he gives up the information. But he also, this part where he says, possibly my freedom. I think that's a reference to, look, if I go and talk to the police, the FBI, they're going to ask me a bunch of questions. They may think that I am somehow involved in the kidnapping, and therefore I'm going to be arrested. We remember in the second note, he said that he didn't want to end up like Carlos, who Brian was just referring to, the delivery guy who was detained the other night and then released. So he doesn't want to end up like that. And then the other thing, Elizabeth, that is really interesting is that he says, I will give you the name of the main individual, meaning that insinuating
There's more than one.
Right, that there are accomplices here. He doesn't make any note about how many accomplices, but the fact that he said the main individual certainly hints at several people being involved here.
I have to ask, Charles, first of all, this came in the same way the first two came in, and the same way the ransom note came in, which is through your anonymous tip line, yes?
Right, yes.
And do you have the capacity, can you communicate back to people who reach out via this tip line?
We can if they include in their email an actual email, you know, and an actual phone number.
But
and
this person
several times
has not.
people do. This person has used a different name every time, slightly different change in the name, and always a different made-up email. So there's no way to contact them. There's no phone number either. So they clearly don't want us to contact them. They don't want the police to contact them. And that is, you know, the standoff that we're all in right now.
So all four notes that you have received on your tip line, the first ransom note and the three tip notes that basically...
Good morning, good afternoon, Karen, and thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day today, and hopefully we get some kind of message or some kind of information about where Nancy is today. All we can do is pray. In the meantime, we got Live Scanner. Nothing's going on Live Scanner. We have Flight Radar, and then it looks like the only person that's been out there all day. Let me see. There's nothing really going on. Let me see here. Yeah, there's nothing really going on live. So we're here. I have all of these different avenues that we will let us know if there's something going down. If there is something that's going down, then we're going to go live to it. We got all these different feeds up. Also, we're kind of going through all the updates that happened last night. So this is a huge one that we've been going through over about the last half hour or so, is this new letter that came out from the Bitcoin ransom person, and said a lot of information, especially on the Harvey Levin episode that we just dug through. And I've thought that they were fake pretty much this whole time, but I am actually going from feeling fake ransom emails and notes to now, after this last one, I really feel that this is legitimate. Let me know what you think.
Say, I'll give you information if you give me money, are all from different emails, are all with different names assigned to them?
Yes, different. And the way we know that all of these, the ones saying that they have information, it's the same person, is because it has the same Bitcoin address in it, in all three of them. So,
but not the ransom note. That was a different Bitcoin.
The ransom note is a different Bitcoin address. Yes.
Does it sound like the last three you've gotten are written by a different person than the ransom note?
Sounds like exactly the same person. I mean, they're referring to their previous emails also. So, and you know, I guess there could be more than one person who knows of that Bitcoin account, but clearly they would be affiliated if they, if they know the numbers for that Bitcoin account.
I have to ask you, are you at all concerned? You deal with a lot of people, that we're all getting punked in all this, that it's some sicko who's not only demanding money for information, but getting kicks out of seeing his ransom notes read on TV.
Yeah, I think there is a possibility of that. And I would have to say that the FBI thinks there's a possibility of that, because we've been monitoring it. And to this point, they have not deposited a single penny in that account. So I think that is definitely a concern that they have, that this is someone who's punking. I got to tell you something that's interesting. Since we published the story, we've been getting a bunch of emails from people just random citizens saying that they are volunteering to pay the money, and that they can't figure out why the FBI won't pay the money. They're basically all saying, like, pay this guy and let's get the information. Let's get Nancy Guthrie home safely. It's not that simple. I get that people out there are generous and that they are willing to put their money up to try and solve this, but the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff's Department have reasons that they are approaching this differently.
Yeah. Charles Ladabodier, thank you so much for joining us at this.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and switch to this Brian Entin episode here. Please hit the like if you haven't. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. And when it comes to these streams, it's just like any of these other manhunts and such. We do always have live scanner, flight radar in all live scenes on location. There's just not anything going on today. Now, we took about a 6-month break from last August, September until about a month ago, and YouTube didn't like us taking a break and put us in the corner and removed any kind of algorithm for our channel. So it would mean a lot, and it would help us out a lot if you all could help us get back into the algorithm and share this out, hype video, and all that fun stuff. All right, so we are going to switch to, again, here's the live feed. JLR out there on location. Let me share his channel, and props to him. So there's that for you. And we are nothing, again, it's been the same view the whole morning. If you've kind of hung out for the show or you were hanging out in there, it's pretty much been the same view the whole time, but just nothing's really happening. At least it's not raining. So at least it's not raining for them. Let me see here. So we're going to switch to this Brian Entin episode that is talking about everything that went down last night. So when it comes to this episode from Brian Entin, let me make sure I share his channel as well. Give me 1 second. I had it ready already, but for some reason it didn't save it. Let me see here 1 second. Just to make sure we can properly credit all of these individuals here. I know most don't do it, but we're not most, and I've always been the person to always make sure that we get this on the screen. So we'll go ahead and put this up there first, and then we will get into it. So the cool thing about this episode is we're going to learn a lot, all right? Brian Entin, for some reason, thank you, Key, appreciate it. Thank you for liking and subscribing, Karen. Here's this link right here, Brian Entin Investigates. Now, this is going to be a great episode because for some reason, the last couple days, Brian Entin has been the one getting the information first from everybody when it comes to law enforcement. And he's actually getting out there, and I mean, he was out there when Carlos was pulled over, and you're literally like an hour and a half away, from the Guthrie's house all the way down there. So Brian is getting advance notice, warning, notification about stuff that's going down. And so this is why this episode right here, just like we were last night, we had the live scanner up, we had the flight radar, we had the different locations on the scene. One was at Annie's neighborhood where the SWAT stuff was taking place. Then we also had the live feed, so we could go right to it when they were doing the SUV, the Range Rover stuff. We were hanging out, showing all that live. That's the beauty of being able to do what we do over here. We can literally go to all these different avenues, whether it's audio, video, whatever, and we can get you to the scene as close as we can, as quick as anybody else out there is able to get there, and we can kind of share it all in one episode. It's like a all-in-one trifecta kind of thing. Now, Brian Entin, he was actually out there when it comes to that Range Rover. He was out there first, just like Carlos. So we're going to hear what Brian Entin has to say. Obviously, he's getting some kind of word in his ear that is being flown under the radar, And so he's going to have some very insightful things to say when we check out this episode. Shout out to Brian Entin. To me, he's one of the only few journalists that are left that are truly about the victims. So I appreciate his work very much, and go show him some love as we check this out. So again, this is Brian Entin. I am playing it at 1.25 speed just to speed it up a little bit. And then we'll see if there's any updates going on after it's done. But in the meantime, just keep in mind, even though we may be watching this, I do have these other feeds up. So if something does pop off and all of a sudden I pause it real quick and I'm like, all right, guys, we got to go, then you know what's up. We'll bring it to you right away. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. What a night it has been.
Again, it is 1.25 speed. I'll go ahead and put the closed captioning up there. Hold on. Am I able to put this closed captioning at the top? Let's see here. 1 second. Subtitles option. Let me see. No. Let's see. All I can do is, all right. Well, let me, let's go ahead and do this while we got, so let me just get rid of the chat box. We'll get rid of the chat box and then it'll show most of the, behind the chat though.
There has been a SWAT situation that I've been covering for the last 3 or 4 hours. I was inside the perimeter because we were following this. The neighborhood is still all closed down. It's raining out here. It's the first time it's rained since I've been in Tucson for almost 2 weeks.
There we go.
So I'm going to walk you through everything that happened tonight, the latest developments. Is this possibly a break in the case? Everything that I saw, I'm getting into all of it. The latest on the Nancy Guthrie investigation in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. Hey guys, it has just been an insane 4 or 5 hours in Tucson. There have been so many developments, not only tonight, which right now, if you're watching this, I don't know when you're watching this, it's Friday night. That isn't even, it's so late. It's actually after midnight now when I'm recording this. But the whole day was full of developments in the
And I want to say thank you for hanging out and being here, Molly. Appreciate you. And thank you for recently checking out the show as well. And happy Valentine's Day to you too, and everybody else. Beautiful day today. Hopefully y'all get your flowers and your chocolates and your sweet little messages. Appreciate you. And if you didn't get one, little sweet message from me. Thank you for being who you are, Valentine.
Guthrie case, which I'm going to get to in all of them. Let me start with really the breaking news, though. There was a SWAT raid, which I was actually at, which I'll get into the details of in a second. But we know that it is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. They went into a neighborhood about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, and they detained a man and a woman from the house, and they also detained a man from a traffic stop at a Culver's restaurant very close to that house. And I'm told that it's all connected. I'm told that it could be a mother and son who were detained in the house and maybe the brother at the traffic stop, but they're all connected. And the reason I know this is because I'm told by sources that they were waiting to move on the house until the traffic stop happened. And that this is all connected back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, whether these are just people that they are looking into, whether one of them is someone that they're specifically looking to and they just detained them all for the time being while they question them. I don't know, but 3 people are detained according to my sources, at least as of when I am making this video. So let me back up a little bit.
Thank you, Crystal, for just watching and checking out the show, and happy Valentine's Day to you too. Appreciate you.
I knew that something was about to go down this afternoon. The search plane was up, which I was told was doing surveillance. And then I found out that the SWAT teams, the Pima...
Tiff from Texas, thank you for hopping in, and happy Valentine's Day to you too. I'm going to keep pausing it when I see somebody new. I'm going to say happy Valentine's Day. It don't matter how many times. I appreciate you.
County SWAT teams were going to be staging, preparing for a possible operation tonight. And they've done that before and nothing has really transpired, but the sense was tonight something was actually going to happen. So I ended up going out to the 2 locations where I found out that they were staging. They moved from one location to another one very close to the target's house, which again was only 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. They moved in on the house in the neighborhood. It was 2 big, Bearcat SWAT trucks. I would say maybe 24 deputies. Everyone was just a lot of armor. I mean, it was very, very serious. And I was told they were prepared for, for the worst, really, prepared to have to go in with force. What happened, though, is luckily they didn't have to use any force. When they got to the house, and I was right there, I got into the police perimeter. I don't know how. I think just because me and Mo You guys know how I am by now. Like we were right there. We had good sources that led us right there. So we got in there before they put the police perimeter up, and we could tell that they didn't have to use force. The man and the woman surrendered outside of the house, and there was no issue there from what I could tell. And from what my sources are telling me. And at the same exact time, they were able to get a man from the traffic stop who is also connected to the same situation. Again, whether any of this pans out and they are officially deemed to be part of this Nancy Guthrie investigation, I don't know yet at this point. But I know that this whole operation is connected to the Nancy Guthrie case. So they pulled them out of the house, or they came out of the house on their own. I shouldn't say pulled out. And now I know that they are conducting a search warrant at the house, which could take quite some time. Initially, it was mostly Pima County deputies. Then a cavalry of FBI agents showed up. And I mean like a ton of FBI and evidence response unit. They all came into the neighborhood and showed up. And I was told that they were going to be there like all night long doing evidence collection. So it's a pretty big development. Hopefully it's going to lead to some major progress in the case. Hopefully it's not a similar situation to what we saw a couple nights ago in Rio Rico near the Mexico border. Remember, that was when kind of a similar situation. They went out, detained someone, did a search warrant, and it turns out it seems that had absolutely nothing to do with the case, and they ended up letting the guy go, the guy named Carlos. Remember, I interviewed his mother-in-law a couple nights ago. This did feel, at first it felt similar, but as more and more FBI showed up, it was a bigger scene out here tonight. It felt more significant. That was just the feeling on the ground. So we'll see how this plays out. But it was a wild Friday night. Again, just for me, kind of just going from one SWAT staging location to another and then ending up in the middle of all this action in this neighborhood and being on the inside of the perimeter. And Mo and I just tried to stay kind of out of the way, and no one really noticed us at first because we were just sitting in our dark car. If you were watching News Nation, I was doing live shots from the dark car. And then eventually one of the deputies saw us and was like, you guys got to get out of here. So, but we were very careful in the beginning not to give the location, not to give the address. I was trying to just report very limited information because I didn't want to interfere with their operation when there were still so many moving parts. And then of course, when everyone was officially detained, we were able to report more. So that's kind of the latest on the SWAT situation with the house and what happened with them detaining the person from the car, which again, all appears to be connected. I'm told that the car was detained somewhere near Culver's fast food restaurant. So we're going to see how that plays out. My suspicion is they're going to probably get DNA from whoever they were interested in, interested in talking to, interested in who they thought may be connected to the case. And now that we know that they have DNA from Nancy Guthrie's house, they can pretty quickly, with the FBI's help, try to match the DNA there and see if this person is involved. Okay, DNA. On the DNA front, big development today. Okay, I would say this is probably the second biggest development since the surveillance photos came out. And that is that the sheriff's office is saying that inside Nancy Guthrie's house, they located DNA that does not belong to Nancy Guthrie and does not belong to anyone associated with Nancy Guthrie. Okay, so a stranger's DNA located in the house. And remember, we know that they've taken DNA from Nancy Guthrie's family members, and we know that they've taken DNA from people who came in and out of the house, like landscapers, pool people, Uber drivers, that kind of thing. So they apparently ruled those people out in terms of whose DNA this is that they found in the house, and there is someone else's DNA in the house. That is a big deal, okay? Because that DNA could belong to the kidnapper. And they can now use that when things like what happened tonight happen. They can try to get a DNA match. The other thing they can do with that, and think back to Brian Koberger and the Idaho investigation, is they can look into ancestry DNA, which we learned a lot about genetic genealogy. We learned a lot about this with Koberger, and they could use it in this case. And that means that even if they can't figure out who the person's DNA is that was in Nancy's house and it doesn't come back to a specific database, they can go to 23andMe and all of these genealogy companies that people sign up for to find out their background, which is what happened with Koberger. And they can try to find matches there with extended relatives of whoever that person is. So they can maybe find a third or fourth cousin, and then they can try to whittle it down from there. And we've seen it happen before. It's a new kind of technology, but we learned all.
And this is what I want to know. When we checked out the interview at the beginning of the show with Sheriff Nanos, where he says, I just want to keep all the DNA together. Why are you not handing the DNA over to the FBI when they can literally find the answer that you're looking for tomorrow? What is the reason? It doesn't make sense to me. You want to keep it all together. What is the reason to you? Let me know in the chat. Why won't the sheriff hand over the DNA to the FBI? Let me know, because nothing to me makes any sense. You hand it over to the FBI, they find Nancy quicker. What? I don't get it. Let me know
about it with the Idaho case, and it could come into play here. So it is a big deal that they found DNA in Nancy's house that does not belong to Nancy or anyone associated with her, according to the sheriff's office. And we're gonna have to keep a really close eye on that, okay? That was another big thing that came out today. Something else, the sheriff is now talking. He's doing interviews again. He did an interview with News Nation. He did some other interviews today. And he is saying that this whole narrative, and I shouldn't even say narrative, I mean reporting. I have reporting from FBI sources that there has been disagreements between the sheriff's office and the FBI. The sheriff is saying that that's just flat out wrong. Granted, we've been hearing different things on the ground. I've been hearing that for days, really for a week, that the sheriff hasn't been sharing information with the FBI. As recently as a couple nights ago, they weren't sharing critical information. There was the reporting that they were withholding critical evidence, that the sheriff wanted to send all the evidence to a private lab in Florida to have everything tested and didn't want to send some of it to Quantico, the FBI lab. The sheriff has responded and said, look, we wanted to send it to our lab that we contract with in Florida because that's who we're used to using. And because we started sending the evidence there in the beginning, it makes sense to us to continue sending all of the evidence there. That was his response when he started doing interviews and talked to News Nation today. But he is saying flat out that he called the FBI the Monday after Nancy got through it missing. And he says none of this is true, that there are disagreements between him and the FBI. Again, I've been hearing differently on the ground here. But the sheriff is saying that it's just not the case. And he's also saying something else interesting. There was reporting yesterday that a glove was found in Nancy Guthrie's house, and the sheriff is saying that's just not true, that they did not find a glove in the house, but they have found multiple gloves, outside the house, not necessarily in the property, but, we showed you the black glove that was found along the major roadway, and apparently there are other gloves that have been found that are now being tested. So some sort of people are calling it a turf war in Tucson between the FBI and the sheriff, but we're hearing two different stories here. Also, President Trump spoke out today about this situation, saying that I think the quote was that the sheriff doesn't want to give up the case. That's why the FBI is still not in charge. Listen to what President Trump said.
Are you anticipating, President, why hasn't the FBI taken over the Nancy Guthrie case as the lead investigator? Do you have any updates on how that's going?
Well, they took it over originally. It was a local case originally, and they didn't want to let go of it, which is fine. It's up to them. It's really up to the community. But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think progress has been made.
It's interesting to hear President Trump say that outside the White House. And again, these are things that I've heard. There have been concerns about the sheriff's handling of the case. And even he admitted, maybe they made a mistake opening up the crime scene so quickly. Remember, it was just a couple of days later they opened it up. We were able to get the blood. I spoke to the former Under Sheriff Rick Castigar. I've spoken to him before. He was with the sheriff's office for 40 years. He worked with the sheriff for a long time. He's not happy with the sheriff now and the way that the investigation has been handled. And I wanted to play for you what Rick told me. First of all, what is your reaction to this new reporting that the sheriff withheld critical evidence from the FBI?
I have a one-word answer. That's outrageous. And it's outrageous for a number of reasons. The FBI is the entity that certifies those for-profit organizations, of which the Sheriff's Department here has a contract with, to analyze trace evidence, DNA, hair, anything. And to, in my opinion, to not include the FBI in that analysis is absolutely outrageous. But it's rooted in this sheriff's disdain for the FBI. And it's rooted in, back when I was a member of the organization and working, a investigation that erupted. Chris was not, the sheriff was not the focus of the investigation, but he was promised by the FBI that they would keep him apprised of the progress of the investigation of some of his subordinates. They didn't. And simply put, that angered him considerably. I think I can understand that, but that particular grudge was with individual personalities that worked for the FBI at the time, not the partners we have today. And whatever
that's a great point
was gained over the course of several 2 weeks needed to be processed, all of it, in my opinion, by the FBI and with their talent and with their expertise and with their capabilities. The Sheriff's Department doesn't have it. Classic example, maybe I spoke to this earlier. That video that we saw in Nancy's immediate front entrance. I know that the Sheriff's Department kind of dismissed any opportunity to resurrect that video. But once the FBI got involved, unbeknownst to local law enforcement, it was resurrectable. And it was, now we all have, although he's masked up, we have a clear image of somebody at Nancy's front door in the time and date in question. The Sheriff's Department didn't know it was possible, but the FBI did. And that speaks to the technology that the FBI and the expertise that the FBI has. And local authorities, I don't recall too many times, even in my 40-plus year history, where we had a big case that wasn't turned over to and asked for specific help of the FBI. They have the capability.
Just go back for a second, and not in too much detail, but what is, you mentioned that there was this investigation that the FBI did into some of the sheriff's subordinates. What was that about?
Well, it was about an individual who was taking RICO dollars, which is the racketeering funds that are seized by law enforcement, and he was putting it where he could access it to pay for projects for the department. It was not put in anybody's pockets. And I cannot underscore that enough. People are going to immediately assume somebody was stealing money for their own benefit. That's not the case. And as I mentioned, the sheriff was not suspect in that case at all, but some of his subordinates were. Technically, by the RICO laws, if you launder money by taking it from one source and putting it in another, it is a violation of that law.
But he was not happy with the FBI during that time.
No, he wasn't happy.
And you were on the inside then. You were the undersheriff.
I was one of his senior administrators.
Okay. And did he say that he didn't like the FBI? And what would he say?
Yes, on many occasions. To several of us, we would meet daily and discuss the issues, and he was very upset. And that's because they just didn't keep him apprised of the progress. They kept it close to the chest. He was uncertain whether he was suspect, all of these things. Well, when you're the boss of 2,000 people and some of your subordinates are being investigated for a crime, technically it is, he wanted to be made aware, and they didn't follow through with keeping him aware. I believe that is the foundation for his disdain of the FBI. But as I just said, those are different personalities back in 2016.
Wow.
Why do you think he is sending the evidence to Florida, to the private lab, instead of taking the FBI reportedly up on their offer to send it to Quantico?
Territoriality. This is his county.
Yep.
And his ego's in charge. And that's the way I see it. And the reason he has not offered them this evidence makes no sense. And I have heard a number of people who are local as well as national speak the same thing. It makes no sense. And I'm going to say that word again. It's outrageous behavior, perhaps just to make a point, perhaps just to say this is my area, and I'm going to deal with it my way. And it's unfortunate because it compromises the investigation.
Yeah.
It provides further delays in getting critical information that needs to be put out there.
Yep.
He is now saying that none of this reporting is true, that he has worked with the FBI, that he called them on Monday, the Monday right after he went missing. And he's saying that he's been working in collaboration with the FBI and that they were aware that it made sense to send everything to Florida because some stuff had already been there and it all should be
on BS.
He's saying that this is all incorrect reporting.
I'd like to hear the FBI say that.
Right.
Because my sources, and again, I'm on the outside, and part of what I'm saying is conjecture, but it's experienced conjecture because I know the personalities and I know the history. And I haven't heard any official with the FBI say, that's okay, we knew about this. Let's delay the process longer and have a contract entity do the evidence instead of us doing it back in Quantico.
Have you seen the sheriff not tell the truth before?
I wouldn't say not tell the truth. I think he's a good-willed, honest man, but he has the need
put him there,
to
Brian.
Do things his way. He can be very vindictive, and he holds a grudge.
Yeah.
And I believe that might be the real impetus for his decision to send it to Florida, send the evidence to Florida.
Right.
Let me talk to you a little bit about just the investigation in general. Obviously they released those surveillance photos from the front door. Do you think they're making progress? What's your sense? Do you think we're getting any closer?
Yes, absolutely. And the screws are tightening on this guy's stuff. The perpetrator, the criminal, the guy who was there at the time at Nancy's front door, knows that video is out, knows he's got exposure. And I think he's taking steps to try and deal with this the best way possible. I only hope and pray that Nancy's still with us. And I only hope and pray this kind of pressure against this bad guy will cause him to take her somewhere, leave her, and then try to hide out somewhere else.
When I was out at Rio Rico, they detained that man Carlos to question him, and then he was let go just hours later.
Right.
Are you hearing anything about was that a mistake?
Well, I wouldn't call it a mistake. I think they had valuable information that was credible, and they pursued it. And what transpired was they were able to determine through investigative processes this individual, there was not enough information to arrest him. But I'm certain the investigators got enough detail where they can go back and interact with this person, talk to him, interview him, get more detail as perhaps more evidence becomes available, and pursue it further if they have to.
Have you heard anything about this? Because we heard that there may have been some issues between the FBI and the sheriff's office with that specific event.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of this, there's more ring video that's coming out. The sheriff's office says that they want any video within a 2-mile radius going all the way back to January 1st. First of all, let me ask you, what do you think that means? That they're going well before Nancy was missing all the way back to January 1st?
Well, that tells me that they have some reason to believe that somebody or some vehicle was in the area prior to Nancy's abduction. and they want specific video so that they can look at that as evidence. That's clear to me. So we shall see how that turns out. I think as we're standing here speaking, there's another video that's coming out and may be released very shortly. And that's very, very telling. And I don't know if your viewers have seen it, but when I looked at it, I went, oh my gosh, that matches somewhat the description of who we're looking for. How it's related to this case, I don't know. But I think that will become clear very quickly. And the person is identifiable, and that will become clear who that person is.
Do you think, though, that whoever did this to Nancy was just prowling around, trying other places? Because, you know, not everyone, but a lot of the experts I've talked to feel like this was a targeted event against Nancy, maybe because of Savannah Guthrie, maybe because of some other connection. Like, is it really going to be someone who's just been trying to get into other houses around town?
I don't think it's that. I think it is a targeted event. I think this person intended to do what he did the night that he did it. You know, some of the requests for other videos and dates prior suggest this guy might have been surveilling that part of her neighborhood. But why would you enter if this was just a burglary, go inside, encounter her, obviously, and then not just leave her there? Why would he be afraid of being identified? He was so masked up, none of us could really, you could get a mustache out of it, get some eyebrows out of it, but not much.
Yeah, great point.
It's highly unlikely that Nancy would have been able to identify this person. And why take her unless that was your original intent?
Right.
Last time I spoke to you earlier in the week, and this was before the new surveillance video, the images came out from her front door, you said that you believed, your gut told you that Nancy was still alive. How do you feel now?
My gut still says she's alive.
Very small.
You know, as we
very small percentage,
more and more time, and there's no evidence of life with Nancy, it becomes more and more concerning and heavy in this case. And time is.
I bet you if he knew the family, goes I bet you if he would have said, "Can I answer this off the record, Brian?" and he would have said yes, I can guarantee you the guy would have said, "We're talking single-digit percentages, Brian." But I'm on camera. The family's going to hear this interview. There's a certain time and place. You know what I'm saying? That's an off-the-record admittance. Like, look, I'm not trying to admit this on where this family's going to see it, but Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. We're talking like single-digit percentile, man. Yeah. What's up, North Star Alpha? Thank you for hopping in the channel. Appreciate you very much, and happy Valentine's Day to you too. What a great interview. You know what I'm saying? This gives the clearer picture of, because to me, this is it right here. This is the reason why he's not handing it over. Now, just like this guy's saying, I totally get it. Like I was telling Rosee earlier, shout out to her, appreciate her for being on the show today. Like, I understand why he would be upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're coming in here, you're investigating my people. I need to know who is crooked so I can do my job better, and you guys aren't even filling me in. So I can understand why he's upset. What I don't understand is the baby fit. And it's just like this guy's saying, like, look, these were people that aren't even in this agency anymore. Like, we're talking about people that aren't even connected to what took place back then. Like, this is about Nancy, and you had the perfect word for it. It's abominable. The fact that you're risking an 84-year-old woman's life that needs medical equipment, medical attention, medical medicine. Obviously, there's some kind of humongous injury. I was telling you all from the beginning when we were going through the photos that it was a significant injury, had to do with the nose and the mouth, nosebleed and spitting. Told you the different spray patterns of blood, which was crazy because there's these other investigators coming on there and talking about how it could be from the arm and it could be from this. And it's like, have you not looked at these photos? I don't even have a degree in it here. And I'm telling you what the hell the real is. But the fact that you are letting a grudge control you This is why this guy needs to resign. And this is why I tell people, you never base your decisions off of emotion. Because when you base your decisions off of emotion, you F up. You F up. Base your decisions with a clear mind and a clear thought. Because then you know you're making the right decision. This right here, the sheriff, the fact that you are willing to delay the return of Nancy Guthrie because of a personal issue, that right there shows that you are unfit for the job, shows that you don't need to be doing what you're doing anymore, and shows that you yourself, sir, are hampering this investigation. Is he not? Let me know in chat. Type 1 in chat if you think he's hampering the investigation by not working with the FBI. Or do you think he is in his right to do what he's doing? Legally, he is. But morally, in my opinion, bro, it's one all freaking day. I feel so bad for the families. I really do, because to sit there, and like I said in a couple shows ago, you got family members sitting there wanting their mother back. Valentine's Day today, wanting their mother back home. And they have to sit there and watch one little kid not share their toy. This isn't daycare. This isn't elementary. This isn't nap time on a rug. This isn't snack time. This isn't recess. This is an 84-year-old woman that could be your mother, Sheriff Nanos. And I wonder what you would be doing if your mother was in this situation instead of Savannah's. I bet you'd be running to the FBI. I bet. Because you would go, shoot, we're not getting any leads. Yes, the FBI can get them so quickly here. Here, FBI, take it all. Just please, let's work together. Help me find my mother, please, right? It is. It's very heartbreaking. And it shows right there. He's not fit for the job. Not fit for the job. Great interview from this gentleman. And thank you to Brian Entin Investigates. Let me put his channel link up there again. Always, I love, he does amazing work. Always has since he came out with the Gabby Petito stuff in the very beginning when he became national. And definitely asks the right questions. Definitely gives the people that are getting interviewed the comfort to say the things that need to be said, especially in situations like this.
Of the essence in this regard. One possible scenario is, and it's horrific to think this way, but perhaps he took her and she succumbed because of age and lack of medicine. We don't know that. And now he's got a problem.
That the intent wasn't to kill her, but that she passed away.
I think this was still a kidnapping, and I think his motive was money. That's my opinion.
One thing I keep getting asked is, like, what do people in Tucson think? How are people feeling? What's the mood on the ground? I mean, you've lived here pretty much your whole adult life, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know a lot of people. I mean, what is the mood? How would you describe it?
Actually, the mood is supportive of the Guthrie family. And as I've mentioned to you, this is a hometown gal who did well, Savannah. And so there's a huge outpouring of support for her. But just the same, a lot of folks are taking a step back and watching the antics and the interaction between the local law enforcement agency, who has had a proud tradition of being progressive and professional, fight with their federal partners. And it's nothing but territoriality and somebody holding a grudge, in my opinion. And the public sees it. And the public is, in my opinion, seeing what I hear from my associates still there. They're demanding that.
What's up,
this
Gene?
be
Thank you for
resolved.
hopping in.
And the
Happy
guy who can resolve
Valentine's
it is the
Day to
sheriff of
you.
Pima County, if he chooses to.
Why do you think we haven't seen the sheriff? Because he was doing so many interviews initially, and every day I'm waiting to see if there's going to be a press briefing. And
I honestly don't know. I can only guess. I would say something off the record.
Do you think it's because the FBI told him to just quiet down? Or would he even care if they said that?
I think he's gotten some heat for insisting on being in the limelight. Here's an example. Why would an administrator of a large police department get involved in deciding where a bit of evidence was taken? Why? Because the sheriff of this county is a micromanager and insists on being involved in everything. And he wants to make the decision. Most of his staff have the ability, but not the autonomy, to decide where those gloves should be analyzed. And if I were still there, and if I were given the authority, which I'm sure he wouldn't allow that, I would have given it to the FBI immediately. But that's not what has happened. And there are perhaps political and personal reasons for it.
As always, I really appreciate Rick and everyone I met here for speaking with me. And, you know, well, there's obviously a lot of moving parts right now in terms of developments of the case. And I think the time will come where people will look back and try to figure out whether this investigation was, in fact, not handled properly. Something else I wanted to show you guys, because so many of you have asked me, like, what is it like around Nancy's house? I always get questions about the neighborhood and about the, you know, sort of just the lay of the land there. So I wanted to make a video to show you guys what it is, what it's actually like around Nancy's house, what the foliage is like, what the, just sort of like what the whole setup is. Take a look at this. So I'm in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood right now, and I wanted to give you guys a look at kind of the bigger picture of what it looks like in Nancy's neighborhood. First of all, look at this. This is the road that Nancy lives on, and we're still, you know, about a block away, and you can see just how much media there is out here. I mean, they basically line the entire street, all sorts of different networks, people from really all over the world. Some of the live shots I've heard reporters doing are like in different languages. It's raining today, by the way, which is unusual, obviously, here in the desert. I've been here almost 2 weeks and it hasn't rained one day, but it started raining today. Kinds of things. This is Nancy's house right here. You can see that there is a Pima County Sheriff's deputy out front. Initially, they just had the house totally unsecured with no deputies around, but they have since kept the deputy here around the clock, just kind of keeping an eye on things, making sure that no one walks onto the property. Today, there was everybody was kind of excited about this. There was a pool cleaner that came, a pool service guy that came, and they actually let that person go.
Here, let me rewind this. I apologize. Let me rewind this, switch this up so you can get the full screen version of this. 1 second. Because you need to see the neighborhood, because it's not like you can just randomly go in there and, you know, not get lost. Brian Entin even said he was there for a week and he still has to use Google Maps to figure his way and maneuver around the neighborhood. So I wanted to make sure that this is full screen for you. And let me get this chat box out of the way too. Had major concerns, let alone his staff. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Doing the catch-ups. Aw, I appreciate you. It's good to see you again. Cannot keep up. Yeah, I'm just going through some of these updates. I do have live scanner, flight radar, and there's only one person on the scene. So I've been staying tuned into everything going on. So if there is any updates, you know we're going to go there as soon as possible, whether it's scanner, flight radar, or any of the on-the-ground organizations or news. And then I made a special playlist for today to go over all the updates that came out last night. So if you are joining late, trust me, you'll want to go to the beginning. We do go through pretty much every update that is coming out today. And there's some major stuff that has come out, especially in the beginning when it comes to what we were covering when Harvey Levin was discussing it. Very interesting stuff. Here again, let me switch this for you, and then you can have the full screen. That way you can see the whole neighborhood. It's very important as you see this
house. I always get questions about the neighborhood and about the, you know, sort of just the lay of the land there. So I wanted to make a video to show you guys what it is, what it's actually like around Nancy's house, what the foliage is like, what the just sort of like what the whole setup is. Take a look at this. So I'm in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood right now, and I wanted to give you guys a look at kind of the bigger picture of what it looks like in Nancy's neighborhood. First of all, look at this. This is the road that Nancy lives on, and we're still, about a block away. And you can see just how much media there is out here. I mean, they basically line the entire street, all sorts of different networks, people from really all over the world. Some of the live shots I've heard reporters doing are like in different languages. It's raining today, by the way, which is unusual, obviously, here in the desert. I've been here almost 2 weeks and it hasn't rained one day, but it started raining today. Which is interesting for the investigation. I mean, if there were tire tracks or anything they were looking at, that could be an issue, although it's already been 2 weeks. So they've probably already, hopefully looked for those kinds of things. This is Nancy's house right here. You can see that there is a Pima County Sheriff's deputy out front. Initially, they just had the house totally unsecured with no deputies around, but they have since kept the deputy here around the clock, just kind of keeping an eye on things, making sure that no one walks onto the property. Today, there was everybody was kind of excited about this. There was a pool cleaner that came, a pool service guy that came, and they actually let that person go back into the back of the house. This is our News Nation setup right here. That's Mo, our cameraman. Hey, Mo. He's waving. He's, I think, grumpy because of the rain, and it's been a long couple of weeks, as you can imagine. But I want to show you up here. Look, this is the area next to Nancy's house. And you can see like how dense the vegetation is. There's cactuses, there's bushes, there's rocks. And when you go back a little bit off the road, which I did the other day and was kind of walking through the desert, you can see how hard it is to see the road because of all the vegetation. So even if like a house like this is Nancy's neighbor, even if a house like this had a camera, it would be very difficult to actually see what was happening out on the road. Not to mention, at night, it's like pitch black around here. They have an ordinance here that you're not allowed to have lights on at night because of all the stargazers. So it's really, really dark here at night. You can see more media parked this way. I mean, we've kind of taken over the neighborhood, which most of the neighbors have been pretty nice. We kind of see the same ones every day out walking their dogs. So we've become friends with a lot of the neighbors. A few have been annoyed, which I understand. It's like they have a hard time getting through. But I think the media, for the most part, has been pretty respectful of just trying to stay off the road, making sure we take all our trash at the end of the day. I know that sounds weird, but you can imagine if it was your neighborhood. So up here, you can see the mountains in the distance. And again, just let you look to the side here. I mean, look how dense. People think this is like a normal neighborhood when you watch it on the news, but each house is on 1 to 4 acres. And there's a ton of vegetation and there's a lot of space in between the houses. And you can actually, like this guy, if he was trying to get to Nancy's house without walking along the road, you could easily do that, just kind of walking through the desert, walking through these yards, and no one would see you. And again, even if you walked in the road, especially at night, there's no cameras that I've seen that are really right out on the road here in the neighborhood. A lot of really beautiful houses here, by the way. It's confusing though. It's twisty and turny in here. There's only a couple of ways to get back to the main road. And there's all sorts of cul-de-sacs. And even being here almost 2 weeks, I literally have to use my GPS every single day when I leave because first of all, it's so dark. And I still can't really figure out, I still get lost in this neighborhood. So kind of goes back to like the whole thought of, did this person know the neighborhood? Did they plan ahead how to get in and out?
See how it's important?
And
you can kind of see it from the ground level,
confusing the neighborhood can be to get in and out of. Some construction happening here. There's a lot of construction in the neighborhood, I've noticed. A lot of landscapers, a lot of people doing work on houses, which goes back to, remember those black gloves that were found along the road, not far from here. I think it's about 1.5 miles from here. A lot of these people doing work in the neighborhood use gloves like that. That's what some of the construction crews have told me. So, I'm not sure that those gloves are actually going to connect back to the case, but we know that they were bagged and sent away for testing. And there's apparently, the sheriff is now saying there are other gloves that have also been found. So here's another intersection here. We're right up the way from Nancy's. And I can't even remember. It all sort of starts to look the same out here. But I wanted to give you guys a lay of the land and kind of show you what the neighborhood is actually like and just how spread out the houses are, and again, just how much vegetation is out here. Hopefully that gives you guys some perspective of what the neighborhood is like. Again, there's just been so many updates over the last 12 hours. I'll keep you guys posted. I'm waiting to learn more about what happened with these 3 people who were detained, about what happened at the traffic stop. There's also a car that they've been searching out there. So as soon as I get more information, I'll bring it to you. Really appreciate you guys for watching and checking out the channel and all your support, and I'll talk to you guys later.
What a great episode. Please go show some love to Brian Entin. This thing, I told y'all, it was going to be jam-packed with a whole bunch of updates, and shout out to him. You got to see the drive, you got to see the ground. I kind of, last night's episode, I broke down how the person broke into the house without forced entry. Why they did what they did, how the route that they took, where they hid, how they did what they did to gain access, and then what they did when they left. Also broke down the videos of the different filters and the different edits that I was working on that shows the light signal to a lookout. And I still have some more work to do on it. But there's two things I'm still going to work on. I still have to work on a specific bush area to find out exactly, because I'm like 99.9% sure that that light continued towards the driveway again. But I need to focus on a particular plant, and I need to work on an edit of that plant to then get to that 100%. Right now I'm at 99.9. Also, I'm also going to try and determine if this person was in a vehicle or if this person was also standing on the property. So there's a couple things that I'm going to show you. One, I'm going to show you where I thought they might be standing if you haven't seen my breakdown of what happened during the crime and how I feel like it went down. But also, I'm going to show you why the suspect drawing does not fit the suspect. I'm going to break that down here in a second. And then when I end the show, I told you guys before, I'm going to go ahead and play each different edit. You'll see the title in the top left. You're not going to see me on the screen. You won't see the comments on the screen. It'll be straight up footage. You'll see the titles in the top. If you want me to upload any of them, let me know. I will put the links. They are unlisted right now. I'll put the links for each one. So if you do want to check them out, even though they're not public, you're more than welcome. I'll put those links in the description after the show. So if you do want to check them out, make sure you just open up the description and you can click on the link. They will be unlisted for right now. And then you can check them out yourself. Let me know what you think. But I will be coming out with an upload that'll be coming out later tonight. I probably won't be live, but I'm not sure. It all depends on updates. But I do need to take a little bit of a break. I'll probably be at my TV channel, EvilleCJ TV. I'll drop the link for that. I need to sit back and relax and do a little bit of gaming. It's been a week of nothing but busting out, just work left and right. And I need to take a little break here tonight. So I'll probably but at the same time, if if uh, if there is an update, then I will be going live. So even if it's late night, you know, even if it's late night, if there is a significant update, the controller's getting put down and I'm hopping back on over here. So if you want to come hang out at the gaming channel tonight while I chill back, have fun, just kick it, crack some jokes, come on over, sub up over there, and make sure you turn on the notifications for that channel too. And then you'll see when I pop up. And hey, if you're a gamer and you play it, let me know. And always join as well. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and show you the photo of, just real quick, where I'm going to be looking at when it comes to a vehicle and where I think the potential lookout was located. Okay, so I'm going to use a drone footage photo for you here real quick. Give me 1 second and I'll pull it up. Then we're going to go into the suspect picture breakdown, and then I'm going to go ahead and end the show with those video edits for you. Now keep in mind, I want to explain it. I'll explain it when we get to the video edits, because it's very important why there is different edits and why each edit needs to be included into the puzzle piece at the very end, because each one will show a different thing, and I'll explain it as I kind of go through each one. So let me pull up a photo of this house. Let me see here. What photo do I want? Let's see. Let me just pull it up. Give me 1 second. All right, let's go full screen. All right, we're going to go full screen. So, let's look through all these photos. Again, this is where they gained access. I'm gonna I'm going to take 2 videos will be uploaded. One, how the perpetrator entered their property and how they committed the kidnapping. Number 2, I'm going to upload the video breakdown that I did yesterday that explains each slide. So I'm going to end the show with those videos, but I'm going to upload the video where I explained in detail what I was doing when I made each slide, why I made it the way that I did, and what and how it ties into the whole picture. Okay, so those 2 videos will be uploaded tonight. Definitely, when you see it come across, and show some love, and let me know what you think in each one. Because I wasn't there, I didn't do it, but I'm just giving you what I would do. Right? It's kind of like OJ's book. If I did it, anytime it comes to this stuff, I'm giving you my opinion. If I did it, this is what I would have done. Okay, so let's go to a photo. I need a photo of the front yard. All right. So let me see here. I need a. This is the good photo right here. Okay. So when it comes to the lookout, and let me get rid of my face. All right. So when it comes to the lookout, I feel that the lookout was either standing right here in this spot right here, or the lookout was over here. Now, if they were over here, I could see somebody being parked right here. Now, if they're parked right here in this location, you are getting blocked. See all of this vegetation right here? This is a perfect cover for a car or a vehicle to literally be parked right here, have quick access to get out of the neighborhood. You're right there at the corner. You can go straight or you can turn right. You have 2 avenues that you can leave. If you're parked right here, you are blocked from the camera in front of the door, but you can still see the flashes of light heading in your direction. So I have seen people leave comments about how they see car lights in the background. I have not got to that point in this footage. In the edits that I've been doing so far, I've just been working on the code, the lookout light source. That's what I've been working on. I will be focusing on, after I work on the bush that I'm going to focus on when it comes to solidifying what my theory is with this light source. Then I'm going to be moving to the location of the light source, and then I'll be determining if I do see headlights or any kind of light activity in the background, and also that will help me determine if the person was parked here or if they were standing right here ready to assist, because they could be standing right here ready to assist if it was needed. They could either be in the vehicle, hey, sit there, have the doors unlocked, you'll know when I'm coming out, let's go. Or they could literally be sitting here, being a lookout for the neighborhood, and also being ready to assist if any help is required. Which is the one that I'm leaning on the most is this right here. Ready to assist if any help is required. Also, to be the lookout if anybody does pull up. Because what if law enforcement shows up? Guess what? I can hurry up, dip over here, hide real quick, message my buddy, let him know what's going on. All right, dude, hurry up. Let's go out the back way. Meet me back here. Let's go in this direction. You know, if your buddy is standing right here, you have way more options to make sure that you can get the hell out of there than if you're just sitting right here. You're already caught right there. If you're standing here, you can help in many different areas of whatever operation that you're trying to take care of. All right, so now I'm going to go to the photos of the suspect and why, to me, it's not the drawing that they came up with. And I gave my description before a description or a drawing was put out there. Okay. And this was based off of this photo. So if you were in the shows before, you've already heard me say it. Let me go ahead and I will just put me over here for now. Okay. So when it comes to this drawing or this photo, right? This was the photo that told me what kind of facial hair this person has. Okay. So this is very important. Number one, we already know the eyebrows of the individual because we've seen them, and I'll go through that photo as well. We already know the eyebrows are skinny thin. We already know that. Automatically, when it comes to that drawing, it's already wrong because the drawing doesn't show skinny eyebrows. The drawing also shows the wrong facial hair. Now, I broke this down before that drawing was out, and I'm going to use this photo to show you what I'm talking about, okay? Now, the other photos, they'll show the mustache in some of them. None of the other ones show the circle on the mouth. This is very important. This photo explains and shows what kind of facial hair this individual has, okay? And why they might be plucking or waxing their eyebrows too. It goes hand in hand. So check this out. So when you're looking at this person's facial hair, right? And we're zooming in on this photo. Do you see how thick the hair is on the bottom lip? As thick as it is on the top lip. It's very similar when you zoom it in. Some would say the bottom is thicker than the top. Okay? So as we zoom out, now I want to kind of give you this visual to explain more in depth. So you see how you got all this hair right here. Now, I am an individual that has facial hair. I have to shave it. Even though you don't see it, I shave it. Okay? I used to grow a beard all the time. I used to have a beard for many years. And then I started shaving my face because I got tired of my beard. So this is what my facial hair looks like. Okay? My mustache grows like this. The sides of my mustache grows like this. Under my lip grows like this. Going down to my chin grows like this. It all grows like this. This is the thicker parts of my facial hair, okay? Now, there's the difference between this kind of facial hair and the facial hair that this individual has. This individual, and you'll know what I'm talking about because you have family members that have facial hair like this. You have friends that have facial hair like this. You have acquaintances that have facial hair like this. You might just run into a stranger that has facial hair like this. The people that have facial hair where you literally see nothing but facial hair and lip, there's people out there that literally right up to their lip, especially on the bottom. I'm talking the bottom. It's straight up hair all the way up to their lip. Now, typically, the people that have that type of facial hair have a lot more hair than other people that don't have that facial hair, like myself. I don't have that facial hair that goes all over up to my lip. So as you're looking at this photo right here, where's the facial hair where my hand is? Where's the facial hair where my hand is? Now, when it comes to people that have facial hair where it's just lip and nothing but facial hair and no skin that shows while you have the facial hair, typically those people have really thick eyebrows as well. Some is thick where it's a unibrow. People that have really, really thick eyebrows, a lot of the time, will trim or wax them. So maybe this person, okay, as we see this photo right here, maybe this person has very pencil thin eyebrows because they are self-conscious about those eyebrows. Now, they can trim up their beard just like this if they would like to, because they can shave the facial hair to shape it how they want it, just like they can shape their eyebrow how they want it. Now, when it comes to the eyelashes, same thing. When you have an individual that has facial hair that shows all the way around the lip, no skin showing with facial hair, that person will also have thicker hair than usual on their eyelashes, which would present the look of possibly having mascara. So again, when we go back to the photo and we see these photos right here, you see very pencil thin eyebrows, and it's not the mask that's hiding it, because right above here, right above this eyebrow, right above this eyebrow, you see skin. So you know those are pencil thin. You see the eyelashes, they look like mascara, thicker than usual. That's because the eyebrows are thicker than usual. The eyelashes are thicker than usual because the facial hair is thicker than usual. So when I explain the facial hair of what this individual has, hair all the way up to the lip, you look at this photo right here and you look at the eyebrows, do those eyebrows look pencil thin? No. Does this facial hair match? No. You can even look at these eyes. Look at these eyes. They're pretty straight, right? They're pretty level going this way. But yet, when you look at the individual's eyes up here, they're slanted like this. They're not flat, they're slanted. So, does this description picture really resemble the person that committed this abduction? My opinion and my theory is hell no. There's a reason why this has not been labeled as an official picture. The person that created this picture, quote, came out of retirement and would bet their house and car that this is what the photo looks like. They just wanted to come out of retirement to help, and they're not even from that area. To me, somebody just wanted attention, and it's a shame that this photo right here is being put out there as the suspect drawing, when you know what? The person that drew it didn't even take any inspiration from any of these photos. So to me, that drawing doesn't resemble the person who committed the crime. Let me know what you think. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and bring up these videos real quick, and I'll kind of explain it, do a little quick explanation. Like I said, I'll have a video upload coming out later this evening where I break it all down and do a deep explanation of each one that I'm doing. I did that in the live stream yesterday. If you want to check it out before I put out the video, you just scroll the thumbnail across it and you'll see all these different video edits. And that's where you can see it happen right there. But there will be a video that I do upload, a condensed version for you guys. Again, and also we'll be putting the video out about how, in my opinion, the person entered the crime scene and how they did what they did and how they left, how they got in, how it all went down. All right, so let me pull up these videos here real quick. First, though, let me see if there's any breaking news updates. Hold on one second. Okay. Let me just take a quick look here. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you very much. And happy Valentine's Day again. Let's see, no updates from the sheriff. Let's check the FBI. It looks like, let me see here, nothing there. All right. Let me just quickly look one more spot, and we'll be good to go into the edits here. I think JLR's leaving too, so I think he's going probably. There's nothing going on there all day today. I honestly think I was telling people yesterday that I feel like they're already on the trail, and I think maybe that's why it's been radio silence today because I feel like they are on the trail. They're just not putting stuff out there to give a heads up to anybody. But again, if there is any breaking news, I'll be live. I can definitely put the controller down and be back and be live in like 15 minutes. Let me see here. Just give me one moment. I'm just checking to see if there is any new updates. And I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Okay, so we're going to go to these edits real quick. I'll kind of explain it as I'm showing it on the screen. And then, like I said, I'm going to play through each one without my face, without my voice, and without chat on the screen, so you guys can have the full version. You can check it out here, and then you can check it out when I upload it. But definitely encourage you to check out the one that I upload because, again, I'm going to have the detailed breakdown of why I did each edit, which will help when it comes to the puzzle at the end. And I still have a lot more work to do when it comes to these edits. And so, knowing me, we don't have a live scheduled for tomorrow, but knowing me, I will probably get on it anyway. Let me see here. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay. And again, I'll put the link in the description for all of these unlisted videos so you can check them out on your own and let me know what you think. So let's go to... Okay, so let me start off. Let's see, 7... So I'm just going to show a few of them. 7, 5, and this one, and let me show this one. Okay. S-cams. All right, so I'm only going to show like 4 of them because those are the ones that I worked on yesterday that kind of brought it even closer. Because at first when I started going through them, I was like, I don't know if I see that or not. I don't know if I see that. But as I started working on the edits the first day, that's when I was like, ooh, I need to work on more edits. And then those edits is what really showed me what the hell's going on. Okay. So we're going to go to, so I'm going to do different edits. It's going to be edit 1, edit 3, edit 4 that has a title, edit 5, edit 6, and edit 7. Okay. Edit 6 is the one that really shows everything. Okay. So let me share my playlist here real quick and I'll kind of show you, hover over the specific thumbnails and then I will play each one for you. Okay. So we got this one. This is an edit that's a little closer. It's just it's of no importance really. It's where I'm going to be starting the video edits where I'm looking to find a vehicle or a person. Okay, so that'll be coming up in the future. Now I'm going to work. Now this one, I got it to this location and I wanted to focus on above. There's some that I changed it where we're focusing a little bit lower. Okay, some are a little closer, some are a little further away. Now, what I did with these different edits, okay, the reason that there's different filters, temperature, dampness, contrast, all of these things. Okay, and the colors also help as well, because what in different parts of these, one of them I'm trying to have the mask blend in with the plant so I can see a light source. I'm trying to have the jacket blend in with the plant and the ground so I can see the light source from there. I'm trying to have the whole thing blend in together so I can see the. So when I'm doing these different edits, I'm also editing the different settings for each. So I'm trying to match up certain parts of different parts of the video so it shows the light source even better. And so that's where these edits come in. And that's what's also going to help us find out if there was somebody either parked or standing back there. Okay. It's kind of like I explained it like yesterday. It's kind of like when you're looking for um, when you're looking for a planet and it's behind another planet that's between you and the planet that you're looking for the changes in light source that bounce off of other objects that are on the side. And so that's what we're trying to do, because the head, at certain points of the footage, the head is almost like a planet between us and the light source. And so for us to see exactly what kind of light source is on the other side, that's when we have to branch out into like the plants and things like that. And so that's why I still have more work to do, but this is what we've came up with so far. Again, I'll have the video coming out later tonight uploaded where it shows the whole breakdown and explanation of each edit that I did. All right, so I'm going to start off with this one, then this one, then this one, and then this one. Now it's only going to show I'm only going to show the key parts. The key parts that I'm going to be showing go from 20 seconds to about 40 seconds, okay? Now, again, I'll put the links to these videos in this description when we're done. So you can always come back, open up the description, click on what edit you want to check out, and you can go check it out. They will be unlisted for right now. I'm not putting them out public, but I'll put them out for you guys if you want to check them out personally, okay? And so this one right here, you're going to see how the hat blends in with the plant. You're going to see how the coat blends in with the plant. You're going to see how everything kind of blends in together. But each time you want to be focusing on the light source. And this is what I've determined. There's a light that flashes down, a light that flashes down, a quick flash, and then a flash that turns back on. Now, you don't see the flash that turns back on in the regular edits, but you do notice it in these last couple ones because of the different settings, okay? And so when you see the head turn around and look down at the plants, you already know that light was on. After the quick flash, you don't see it anymore on the regular footage. On these edits, you see the quick flash, then you see him turn on the light again, look up to the driveway, look down at his hand at the plant, shut the light off, look back over to the driveway right before he turns back and goes to the front door. So there is the scenario. Here are the videos. And then after we're done with these, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. So as soon as these are done, I'm going to go ahead and bounce. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And again, we took a 6-month break for our own health, and YouTube didn't like that very much. And so we're not even being put in the algorithm very much, even to our current subs. And so I do appreciate the new people coming in and checking out the show. It does mean a lot to me because honestly, us not being able to be in the algorithm, it really sucks. But at the same time, it means it would mean a lot if y'all do share it out to your socials, your friends, whatever, just anything to help boost us back into the algorithm. Really appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. What's up, Miss Cosmo? How are you doing? Thank you for hopping in. Happy Valentine's Day to you. And all right, we're going to play this. I'm going to start off with edit 3. You're not going to see very much, but the reason I'm playing edit 3 first is you're going to see the difference between what edit 3 shows and all of a sudden, as we keep getting closer and closer, what it continues to unravel. All right, edit 3. This edit, which is edit 4, is titled Discovered Code Edit 5, Edit 6, and then Edit 7. Those are the ones we're playing. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and back out of the camera. And we'll go ahead and put this up for you real quick. And we'll get the chat off the screen. Appreciate you so much. And thank you all. All right, here we go. Let's see if we'll get rid of the comments. And happy Valentine's Day. My bad. It was playing on 1.5. 1 second. I meant to play it on 0.25. One moment. I meant to play it on 0.25. All right, so here we go. Let me get rid of the banner. All right, 0.25 speed. Here we go. Redo. See how the mask blends in with the bush on that one? This is one to try and blend everything together on this one. You'll see what I mean when we get to the spot. And then one more. And I want to say thank you all again for being here. Happy Valentine's Day. Appreciate you so much. And we got a ton more to go through on the next show. Trust me. More on the sheriff, more on the investigation, more on all these updates. Appreciate you. And again, if something pops off, we will be going live scanner, flight radar, local news, social media on location. We'll get you there ASAP if something's popping off. Appreciate you very much. If I don't see you back here tonight, hope to see you over at the EvilleCJ TV channel, kicking back, having fun. And hell, you can let me know if something pops off when we're over there. Appreciate you so much. Please be safe. Enjoy your day. Love you all. And stay safe. Yes, they definitely show a lot, especially the red one where I blended everything together. And next, I will be digging into the plant, and I'll be figuring out if the help was standing there or if there is, in fact, a vehicle. We still got plenty of work to do. Appreciate your support. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you on the next live.